Yoon Ji-fin. But a man who has been single for over 100 years is like an old house that can't withstand a fire. She had barely called out his name when he grabbed the back of her head again, forcing her to lower her head and kissing her with a force that seemed to want to devour her whole. She stood under the window inside the house, stepping on the blue stone floor tiles. She was a head taller than Yoon Ji-fin, who was standing outside. When she looked down, she only had time to see the reddened corners of the eyes of the person in front of her. He still seemed unsatisfied, and before Song Nansher could suffocate again, he took the initiative to release her. Song Nansher seized the opportunity to catch her breath, but before she could speak, she was suddenly grabbed by the waist and lifted up. The next moment, she was placed on the windowsill, sitting on the windowsill with her legs dangling in the air, barely able to look him straight in the eye. Meeting those dark, deep eyes, Song Nansher's words of complaint seemed to get stuck in his throat again. The two stared at each other in silence. In this dangerous silence, Yoon Ji-fin pressed forward again. Song Nansher suddenly felt that the female lead in the sweet romance novel, who was being pinched on the waist and kissed against the wall by red eyes, was no longer her junior sister, but herself. But considering that they had only recently started dating, it was normal for the older man to be a little excited, so she reluctantly endured it for a while longer. Then she realized that one really shouldn't be soft-hearted when it comes to men. In just a short while, she felt like her lips were being kissed raw. If this continues, she's afraid she'll develop a psychological trauma related to kissing in the future. For the sake of her future happiness, Song Nansher took a deep breath and this time pushed him with all her might. Yoon Ji-fin was pushed back half a step. Because it was so sudden, there was a moment of blankness on his face. He subconsciously stretched out his thumb and wiped his rosy lips, bringing down some glistening liquid. Then they will try to bully us again. This time, Song Nansher directly stretched out his palm to block him. Her gaze fell on his bright red lips, but she quickly looked away, pretending not to see the accusation in his eyes. She tried to speak, but when she opened her mouth, her tongue felt numb and she couldn't utter a word. The tip of her tongue also hurt terribly. After a long pause, she said expressionlessly, "If you want to kiss me all at once and then not touch me for 10 days or half a month, then go ahead and kiss me." Yoon Ji-fin. After careful consideration, he could only regretfully suppress the restless impulse in his heart. He began, "I." The next moment, a slight creaking sound rang out, and the two stopped and turned their heads at the same time. They saw that the window on their left was wide open, and the second senior sister was standing in the window with a dumbfounded look on her face. The cold wind was blowing through the window and making it creak. The senior sister met their gazes and slowly said, "Holy crap." Song Nansher. Yoon Ji-fin. The three of them stood facing each other in silence, separated by half a courtyard. The senior sister snapped out of her daze and quickly realized what was going on. She couldn't hide the smile on her face, and anyone who didn't know the situation would think that she was the one in love. She ignored the melons and slammed the window shut without hesitation, saying considerately, "I didn't see anything. You can continue, just pretend I'm not here." They stared at the closed window, remaining silent for a long time. A moment later, a strange hee-hee laugh could be heard coming from inside the window. The two. Song Nansher took a deep breath, flipped back through the window, and stretched his hand out to Yoon Ji-fin. "Come in." Yoon Ji-fin grabbed her hand and climbed into her room. Song Nansher turned around and closed the window. A lone man and a lone woman, alone in a room. This was Song Nansher's bedroom. Yoon Ji-fin felt his heart pounding violently. Then Song Nansher turned around and pinched him hard. Yoon Ji-fin turned his head blankly and saw her gritting her teeth and saying, with your nascent soul stage cultivation, didn't you even notice that second senior sister was watching the show over there? Yoon Ji-feng was silent for a moment, then said, Didn't you suspect I hadn't eaten? Song Nansher, huh? Yoon Ji-feng, I wanted to prove that I had eaten, so I got a little caught up in it and didn't pay much attention to anything else. Song Nansher, she just made a casual provocation. This petty man almost kissed her raw just because of one sentence. She began to wonder if this was the so-called inherent flaw in men, that they don't cherish what they have after they've obtained it. Then she saw Yoon Ji-feng take out his storage ring right in front of her, and then put a storage bag in her hand. Song Nansher was bewildered. What is this? Yoon Ji-feng, most of my savings are now. Song Nansher was truly dumbfounded. Most of your savings? Yoon Ji-feng thought she was wondering why it was most likely and immediately explained. When I'm out and about, I always need money, cough. I can't just ask you for it. Song Nansher, I'm asking what you're going to do with me. Yoon Ji-feng was surprised. Didn't you say that you would be in charge of the money from now on? Song Nansher, then what I mean is, let's get married. She realized she had let something slip and immediately stopped talking. But Yoon Ji-feng wouldn't miss a word and immediately said, Then let's get married now. Song Nansher said expressionlessly, You wish. Yoon Ji-feng said with great regret, Never mind then. You can keep it for now. Song Nansher, Yoon Ji-feng is a good person to get along with. He's really generous when it comes to money. She thought for a moment, then asked softly, How much is inside? Yoon Ji-feng, including the money Rongdo City made, it's about 20,000, but I don't know the exact amount. Song Nansher was heartbroken, realizing he had so much money, he couldn't even count it all. But after thinking about it, she reluctantly handed it back, saying, But I'm destined to lose money. Yoon Ji-feng just smiled at her and said cheerfully, It's okay. I think I have pretty good luck with money. I'll earn it back for you no matter how much you lost. Song Nansher, aren't you afraid you won't be able to keep up with the speed at which I lose money? Yoon Ji-feng, I'm happy to break it for you. For a moment, Song Nansher felt that these were the most beautiful love words in the world. Then Yoon Ji-feng said calmly, In that case, could I? He subtly moved closer again. Song Nansher immediately suppressed her gratitude, pushed him away without hesitation, and said coldly, I've taken the money. You can leave now. Yoon Ji-feng, like a victim who had been cheated out of money and sex, asked in a daze, Let's go. Song Nansher, what are you thinking about? I'm asking you to go out and investigate the current situation of the sect master's mansion. Our eldest brother can't get out of the mansion. We can't just turn a blind eye. Yoon Ji-feng. Song Nansher thought for a moment, then leaned over and kissed his cheek, then patted his chest with a smile and said, Is that all right? Yoon Ji-feng calmly replied, I can. Without saying a word, he turned and left, glancing down at his chest as he went. Why does he feel like Song Nansher really likes this place? Then Song Nansher saw Yoon Ji-feng jump out of the window. Song Nansher, why would someone jump out of a window when there's a door? What's wrong with them? She peeked out and saw that Yoon Ji-feng, who had been facing away from her, suddenly turned his head around. He looked into her eyes, his tone tinged with amusement. So, now that we're in love, shall we? Song Nansher slammed the window shut. Who's in love with you? Yoon Ji-feng chuckled and turned to leave. But the window opened again. Song Nansher jumped out of the window, glanced at the faint shadow behind his senior sister's window, and said without changing his expression, I suddenly want to treat my senior sister to some melons, so let's go buy some together. the shadow disappeared immediately. Yung Jifeng looked at her and suddenly asked, "You can't bear to part with me?" Song Nanshu remained expressionless. "You're overthinking it." Yung Jifeng laughed. "You just can't bear to part with me." Song Nanshu, "Are you leaving or not?" Their shadows overlapped in the warm winter sun as they bickered and left. The senior sister immediately opened the window and looked out, feeling that today's gossip was truly worthwhile. Regardless of why he came out in the first place, once he stepped outside, Song Nanshu's mind was truly filled with serious matters. The atmosphere in Haitown was tense. On the streets, guards dressed in the uniforms of the city lord's mansion could be seen patrolling from time to time, and occasionally groups of Hahuan sect disciples could be seen patrolling. However, it was clear that after this incident, Madame Peony was even less trusting of the Hahuan sect. Basically, every group of Hahuan sect disciples was accompanied by a guard, and the Hahuan sect disciples looked very unhappy. Seeing this level of caution, Song Nanshu knew that it would be difficult for him to inquire about the sect master's mansion again, unless they entered the mansion after the matter was over. Song Nanshu hadn't noticed before, but now, seeing the entire city on high alert, he realized that after this incident, Madame Peony would definitely purge the outsiders in the mansion again. His eldest brother might be able to stay since he had infiltrated the guards, but it was hard to say what would happen to them. Song Nanshu thought for a moment and said in a low voice, "Let's go and see old Master Shi." She still couldn't understand why Jiang Yuan's fellow disciples could be arrested with a reason, but what exactly had Master Shi done to offend Madame Peony? The mountain where Master Shi buried his disciple was located within the city, and she wanted to take another look to see if there was anything she had missed. After several rounds of questioning and investigation, the two finally arrived at their destination. During the Southern Song Dynasty, he went up the mountain with familiarity with the route. Yung Jifeng was unfamiliar with the Wuyang sect, and wanting to learn more, he asked, "Have you met all 13 of your master's disciples?" Song Nanshu chuckled, "I wasn't even born when Master Shi had disciples. Where have I ever seen them? When I met Master Shi, he was already a lonely old man, and his Xiantang peak had declined. But I heard that before Master Shi's disciples got into trouble, Xiantang Peak was one of the main peaks of the Wuyang sect, and the divination masters of Xiantang Peak were also very famous." She sighed. "It's just a pity. Unfortunately, Master Shi's disciples died one after another. They all died tragically. After that, some people in the Wuyang sect said that it was because Master Shi had spied on the Heavenly Dao that the Heavenly Dao was angered and that his disciple died. Even now, some people still say that." But as a fortune teller, Song Nanshu felt that what they were saying was all nonsense. The way of heaven is just and impartial, and the great way is ruthless. Regardless of whether they have the emotion of anger, even if Master Shi really did something that the way of heaven did not allow, the way of heaven would only punish him. But after that, the old master stopped accepting disciples. Even now, the sect leader, seeing that the situation has calmed down, intends to let him take on more disciples, and even considered simply making Song Nanshu his disciple, but the old master sternly refused. He only said that he was destined to be a lone star and was not suitable to have apprentices. Master Shi joined the Boundless sect after he had already mastered his skills, so he was essentially a guest elder of the Boundless sect, and even a generation higher than the sect leader. Naturally, the sect leader couldn't say anything about it. As the two talked, they arrived at the gravesite in the blink of an eye. But after just one glance, the two of them stopped in their tracks. Song Nanshu said calmly, "Someone has been here before." It had snowed a few days ago, and the temperature on the mountain was even colder than at the foot of the mountain. so most of the snow at the foot of the mountain had melted, but as they walked up the mountain, they could still see a little bit of snow. Song Nansha had originally planned to sweep the snow for her fellow disciples whom she had never met before after going up the mountain. But who knows? Yoon Ji-fan calmly said, "The snow here has been swept away." The surrounding area was still covered in snow, but the graves were clean and the marks of sweeping were still clearly visible. Song Nansha immediately came up with his own guess. Old Master Shore had acquaintances in Haitown, and it was because of these acquaintances that he voluntarily went down the mountain, which is why he disappeared. Nowadays, those who voluntarily come to sweep the tombs are mostly people that Old Man Shore knew. Song Nansha didn't know how long the person had been gone, but she knew it was a clue, so she strolled over. However, upon closer inspection, she realized something was amiss. The old master had 13 disciples, and there are 13 graves here. There were 13 tombs, and the first few had been swept clean and meticulously cleaned. Song Nansha could tell from their appearance that the tomb sweepers were very careful and attentive. But the last grave was still covered in snow, and it hadn't even been swept. Song Nansha frowned. She couldn't help but ask, if the person sweeping the grave is someone the old master knows, then he's probably sweeping the graves of several of his disciples, so why is there only one left unswept? Is he not on good terms with this last disciple? Song Nansha lifted his foot and walked towards the last tomb. The old master buried his disciples according to their order of birth, with the last one being his youngest disciple. As Song Nansha walked over, a name could be faintly seen on the tombstone. Sure Xinyang. Those who take the old master's surname are most likely orphans who were picked up by the old master. She was a female disciple. Song Nansha wrote down the name, looked around, and indeed saw no footprints. That's true. How could a cultivator leave footprints when they come here? I don't know how long that acquaintance has been gone. After thinking for a moment, Song Nansha said directly, "Let's go to old Master Shore's thatched hut." They took a different path up the mountain and didn't pass by the thatched house. But since that person has already come here, could he possibly go to old Master Shore's residence? Without saying a word, Yoon Ji-fan followed. The two walked quickly and soon saw the silhouette of the thatched house. As they approached, Yoon Ji-fan suddenly transmitted his voice, "There are people inside." Song Nansha paused, rolled his eyes, and said, "Let's go." Her steps immediately slowed, and she casually looked around before slowly walking toward the thatched hut. As she got closer, she heard noises coming from inside, but the people inside must have heard them too, because they paused. Song Nansha asked in surprise, "Is anyone living here?" Yoon Ji-fan's expression remained unchanged. From a distance, it doesn't look like there's anyone there. Song Nansha, then we. She wanted to find an excuse to go inside, but to her surprise, the door was suddenly pulled open. Inside was someone no one would have expected. Lady Peony. Song Nansha was stunned. Lady Peony stood alone outside the door, looking at them with an unprecedentedly thoughtful gaze. Song Nansha quickly regained his senses, a perfectly timed look of surprise on his face, and asked, "What brings you here, madam?" Lady Peony smiled and asked in return, "What are you two doing here?" Song Nansha's expression remained unchanged. "Something must have happened in the city today. It's all in chaos. We found it too noisy, so we went to a quiet place to climb the mountain. Who knew that when we came down to rest, we would run into Madam. Madam, why didn't you take a few more guards with you when you went out?" She was concerned. Lady Peony, whether she believed her or not, remained expressionless and said, What danger could I possibly encounter in Hightown? Song Nansher thought for a moment and smiled. What you say makes sense, madam. Lady Penny wouldn't let them in, and continued to ask, Did you come here to find some peace and quiet? I never knew you were such quiet people. Song Nansher smiled and said, When you're at work, you should naturally be more dedicated, but when you're at home, you should just do whatever makes you comfortable. Lady Penny smiled and said, I see. She asked, Since you're here to rest, would you like to come in and sit down? Song Nansher said humbly, We won't disturb you any longer, madam. We'll head down the mountain now. The two bid farewell and descended the mountain without showing any unusual expression. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, Song Nansher transmitted his voice. Could the old master's acquaintance be Madame Penny? If he and his fellow disciples disappeared together, the person who captured him would also be Madame Penny. When Song Nansher and his group returned to their residence, Jiang Yuan also happened to return. As soon as she saw them, she said, I didn't bring that disciple who went mad with cultivation, but I will have the opportunity to take you up the mountain in a few days. Song Nansher immediately asked, What do you mean? Jiang Yuan laughed and said, Your commotion is just right. I said a few words to the elders, making them feel that it is not safe down the mountain right now. The enthronement ceremony is in half a month, and tonight, the elders will ask them to come up the mountain in advance. At that time, I will take you in under the pretext of other sects attending the ceremony. Song Nansher perked up. That's great. Jiang Yuan added, By the way, these are the properties under the old sect leader's name that I could find out. She handed him a booklet, which Song Nansher glanced at briefly. Then she immediately noticed 3 words. To your mountain? She asked. Jiang Yuan glanced at it and said, It's that mountain on the outskirts of the city. Song Nansher put down the booklet, seemingly lost in thought. There is only one mountain in the city, the mountain where old Master Sure buried his rabbit. The old master buried his apprentice's grave on someone else's property. Aside from the fact that he didn't know it was someone else's property, just how close could they be for that strange old man to be willing to bury his apprentice on someone else's land? Song Nansher became more career-minded and stayed up late with Jiang Yuan, engrossed in the picture book. They analyzed everything from illustrated books to the Bagua, age trigrams, of the Hehuan sect, trying to find out the background of Lady Penny from the Bagua. At first, Yung Jifeng could keep up with the analysis, but later he couldn't keep up anymore. Yung Jifeng, who had just become a boyfriend. He watched for a moment, then left quietly. He felt that things couldn't continue like this. He still had to keep up with her. Otherwise, he would always have a sense of crisis about being abandoned. So he thought for a moment, took out a book from his storage ring, and quietly began to read it. When Song Nansher said goodbye to Jiang Yuan, her mouth dry, she wanted to recharge with her new boyfriend, only to find Yung Jifeng sitting upright in the bedroom, reading a book. The book title is simple and easy to understand. How to Avoid Being Abandoned by Your Partner. The author was an unknown figure in the Hehuan sect. Song Nansher. Just how terrible is she? That her new boyfriend would be so scared he'd read this book. Song Nansher stood outside the door, looking at him with a complicated expression. Just as Yung Jifeng was finally able to pull himself out of the book's enigma and was still somewhat unsatisfied, he looked up and saw her. He froze, then slowly and subtly tried to put the book away. Song Nansher, my eyesight is perfectly good. Yung Jifeng, I only took a quick look. Song Nansher pretended to believe his lies. She asked, her words trailing off, So what did you learn from the book? Yoon Jifeng actually thought about it seriously. Then he said, "Come in." Song Nansure wanted to see what kind of trouble he was up to, so she actually went inside. Then Yoon Jifeng stood up, subtly stuffing the book into his storage ring, and said, "The book says that if you don't want to be abandoned by your partner, you need to have something she likes the most, something that makes her unable to leave you." Song Nanshure's first reaction was to ask, "My favorite thing? Money? But don't you have all your money with me?" Yoon Jifeng. He was speechless for a moment. What Song Nansure loved most was money, wasn't it? No matter how good his temper had become after meeting her, he was so angry at this moment that he left. Seeing that she was about to continue talking, Yoon Jifeng stepped forward and grabbed Song Nanshure's head, shoving it against his chest. Thus, Song Nansure was caught off guard and had close contact with Yoon Jifeng's well-developed but not muscular pectoral muscles. Song Nansure. Her words were immediately cut off. He spoke, his chest trembling, his deep voice ringing out above her head. "You like money, then do you like this?" Song Nansure paused for a moment, then nodded honestly. Yoon Jifeng only saw a small head bobbing back and forth on his chest twice. He then laughed. Amidst the laughter, Song Nansure felt as if this person had completely controlled her preferences. She was still somewhat dissatisfied and complained, "You weren't like this before. I didn't expect you to be so unreserved now." Yoon Jifeng remained unfazed. "Then you can also be less reserved and come back." Song Nansure felt that he still had some reserve. But then she thought, since he's her boyfriend, wouldn't it be a waste if she didn't do something? She got up, looked around the study, pulled over a recliner, and said, "Come here." A moment later, Yoon Jifeng lay awkwardly on a large recliner, occupying only half of the space. On the other half, Song Nansure lay comfortably with his arms outstretched, his head resting on Yoon Jifeng's chest. Song Nansure breathed a long sigh of relief, feeling that nothing in this world could be more beautiful than this. She came to see her boyfriend because she was overworking her brain and wanted to recharge. Unexpectedly, this power bank was exceptionally useful, and in just one moment, Song Nansure was fully charged. Once fully charged, it's time to fight and strive for the bounty again. So she rested her head on Yoon Jifeng's chest and entered working mode, leaving Yoon Jifeng lost in his own fantasies. She thought for a moment and asked seriously, "Those 13 tombs on Tuyong Mountain are still very suspicious. If Madame Peony is an acquaintance of Master Shore, why is there only one tomb she hasn't cleaned yet?" Yoon Jifeng was still on the topic of romance and poetry when Song Nansure suddenly veered off course. His mind went blank for a moment, and after a long while, he made a stupid remark. She didn't get along well with Senior Master's little apprentice before. Song Nansure. "Oh no, it's true that falling in love can make you stupid." However, it wasn't her who became mentally impaired, but the man. She suddenly felt regret. If she had known this would happen, she should have made their relationship clear after this matter was over. Otherwise, she would have lost the only person by her side who wouldn't do anything stupid when they got together, after the other main characters. Song Nansure suddenly felt immense pressure and began to question whether they were truly capable of completing the task. 2 people supporting 3 have become 1 supporting 4, and life seems hopeless. At this moment, Yoon Jifeng also realized that he had made a foolish mistake. He forcibly pulled his mind away from the sensation in his chest, thought for a while inefficiently, and said, "Either it is as I said, that she and that last disciple have some kind of irreconcilable grudge, or she feels that there is no need to commemorate that last disciple. There is no need for a memorial service." Song Nansure began to speculate wildly. Master Shi's disciples all died violent deaths. Could it be that the last disciple has no body? Is this a cenotaph? Or is it that she was neither alive nor dead, so Madame Peony doesn't think she's dead? Before Yoon Ji-fan could speak, she denied her own guess, saying, "Forget it. We can only guess wildly with too little evidence. Let's wait and see at the Hwang sect." Since Madame Peony is an acquaintance of the old man, and the old man even buried his disciples on her property, it's impossible that the old man wouldn't leave any clues during his annual sacrifices. Yoon Ji-fan, whose brain wasn't working properly at the moment, breathed a sigh of relief. So the two newlyweds exchanged a glance, both feeling a little restless. Just then, the half-open door was suddenly pushed open. The two immediately turned around and met face to face with their junior sister, who had just stepped in. The junior sister's eyes went from blank to shocked, and finally to somewhat puzzled. Song Nansher then realized that no one knew about her and Yoon Ji-fan's affair except for her second senior sister. Just as she was about to explain, her junior sister asked blankly, "Senior sister, is your neck uncomfortable? Why are you resting your head on young Master Yoon?" Song Nansher. This is a pure and sweet romance novel heroine. She remained calm and said, "Yes, senior sister has a stiff neck, and brother Yoon is massaging it for me." The junior sister suddenly realized. She actually believed it. Then she became a little eager and stretched out her hand, saying, "Senior sister, how about I help you turn your neck back? When I was a child, I would always turn my neck back myself when I had a stiff neck, and I'm very good at it." Song Nansher was startled. She felt that if her junior sister really made a move today, not to mention her neck, she would definitely lose her head. She immediately stood up and said without hesitation, "Junior sister, I think I'm all better again." The junior sister was quite disappointed, muttering, "What a pity. Rabbit said I did a really good job." As soon as she finished speaking, she seemed to realize something was wrong, immediately covered her mouth, and ran away quickly without even doing what she wanted to do. Song Nansher narrowed his eyes as he watched her retreating figure. What did Rabbit say? How can that rabbit talk? Unless he transforms into human form. When will the male lead of junior sister be able to turn into human form? Song Nansher suddenly remembered the cochineal worm. It was the rabbit that was poisoned back then. Classic sweet romance storyline. However, after he transformed into human form, he wasn't beaten to death by his junior sister, who was suffering from social anxiety. Judging from what he's saying now, he's even been able to have a conversation with her. That demon prince is quite capable. As expected, the next day, the sect leader's mansion immediately launched a major purge, and all outsiders were settled and dismissed. This naturally includes Song Nansher and his group. Surprisingly, the eldest brother actually stayed in the guard team. Then, in the evening, the elders of the Hwang sect demanded that Madame Peony take the young sect leader back to the sect, arguing that the young sect leader's safety could not be guaranteed outside the sect. This assassination attempt on the sect leader's mansion was caused by Madame Peony herself, who created a huge scandal and gave the elders of the Hwang sect an opportunity to take advantage of the situation. She was in the wrong, and if she continued to refuse, she would be suspected of not caring about her own son, so she had no choice but to compromise. As soon as Madame Peony compromised, the Joyful Union sect acted swiftly, using the pretext of worrying about the young sect leader, and brought the young sect leader and a group of Joyful Union sect disciples to the sect overnight. Meanwhile, less than half a month before the succession ceremony, the first batch of sects that came to watch the ceremony entered the city, and the succession ceremony of the young sect leader began today. Song Nansher and his group's opportunity had arrived. So, on the third day after they were dismissed, Jiang Yuan, who had been working in the sect for 2 days, appeared, travel-worn, and took them directly into the Hwan sect as the first group of sect members to attend the ceremony. It's also worth mentioning that Song Nansha originally thought Jiang Yuan would bring them in under the guise of them being disciples from other sects attending the ceremony. However, upon approaching them, Jiang Yuan calmly told the gatekeeper that Song Nansha and his group were disciples of the Hwan sect. At this moment, they were neither wearing disciple robes nor holding disciple tokens. Song Nansha was shocked on the spot. For a moment, he almost thought that Jiang Yuan was going to sell them out. To everyone's surprise, the busy and confused gatekeepers looked up at their faces and immediately waved their hands, saying, "These are obviously our disciples. You forgot your disciple tokens, didn't you? All right, we'll let it go this time. Remember to bring them next time." The others glanced over at the commotion, which made Song Nansha tense and on high alert. Then they saw that neither the disciples of the Hwan sect nor the disciples watching the ceremony had any objection to the gatekeeper's hasty judgment. Some disciples from other sects even looked at them with envy, saying, "Truly worthy of being disciples of the Joyful Union sect." Although the disciples of the Hwan sect had never seen them before, they were still very warm and friendly, saying, "Junior brothers and sisters, please don't forget to bring your tokens again in the future." And that's how they managed to sneak in. Song Nansha. "Everyone?" After entering, Song Nansha said with a heavy heart, "Isn't your sect's defense a bit?" Before she could finish speaking, Jiang Yuan said without changing his expression, "No, our Hwan sect's defenses are still very tight. It's just that your situation is special." Song Nansha asked, puzzled, "Us? What's so special about us that they'd let us pass directly?" Then Jiang Yuan said with a serious expression, "That's because you're all good-looking." Song Nansha. She was speechless. "Are you serious?" Jiang Yuan, "I couldn't be more serious." Song Nansha. "Is this some kind of sect where everyone is obsessed with looks, and they don't bother to investigate anything just because the members are good-looking?" She had a lot of pent-up complaints but nowhere to vent them. Just then, the cultivators who had been outside the sect, convinced that they were disciples of the Joyful Union sect, entered. As they walked in, they said to the others, "The Joyful Union sect is indeed extraordinary. My uncle was right, they don't have a single ugly disciple." At the same time, a pair of disciples from the Hwan sect walked past them. The man was exceptionally handsome, and the woman was alluring to the bone. Song Nansha looked at it and inexplicably understood. Jiang Yuan, who was standing nearby, then said with an air of composure, "Do you know what the biggest difference is between us Hwan sect disciples and other people?" Song Nan asked with difficulty, "What?" Jiang Yuan said earnestly, "We have good-looking faces." Song Nansha. Jiang Yuan continued to explain, "In the Hwan sect, you can use your face as a token to get in, but you can't necessarily use a token as a face. If you have a good face, you can get in even without a token if you're lucky. But if you're not good-looking, we won't recognize you even if you have a token." She said earnestly, "Because our Hwan sect has no ugly disciples." Song Nansha murmured, "Ah." Jiang Yuan looked at her, then at them, and said with great regret, "You may be a bit poor, but you are really good-looking. You look like you belong to our Hwan sect. What a pity, what a real pity." Song Nansha had a hard time explaining, "Is it really okay to judge people by their appearance like this?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Yuan was surprised. "Huh? What's wrong with that? Our Hwan sect practices dual cultivation techniques. When you cultivate with someone, looks are the most important thing, right? Think about it, if someone isn't good-looking, who would want to cultivate with them? Upon hearing this, Song Nanshe surprisingly found it to be very reasonable. She then rephrased her question, "Is it really alright for your guards to be so careless?" Jiang Yuan countered, "What could anyone possibly want from our Hehuan sect? Our dual cultivation techniques," she said earnestly, "and we're not all like that. When we're not busy, we naturally have to check carefully, but when we're busy, you're all brought by me, and you're good-looking, so they naturally won't suspect anything." Song Nanshe. So the most important thing is to be good-looking. This really is the ultimate sect for those obsessed with good looks. However, Jiang Yuan is right. They're already practicing dual cultivation, so what else can they do but be attracted to good looks? As Jiang Yuan led them along, he lowered his voice and said, "I have already found you a place to stay. It is a disciple's room that is remote and not many people live there. You can pretend to be disciples of the Hehuan sect for the next few days. With this face, no one will suspect you. You don't need to worry about being exposed if you meet Madame Xiao. She has been on high alert these past few days because of the assassination attempt and she is reluctant to leave her residence." Upon hearing this, Song Nanshe immediately expressed his gratitude. Jiang Yuan thought for a moment and then added, "By the way, if any disciples ask you if you want to practice dual cultivation while you are staying here, don't panic. Asking someone to practice dual cultivation in our Hehuan sect is the same as you sword cultivators asking someone to compete with you. It's a normal phenomenon. So please respect our customs and traditions and don't kick people out at the drop of a hat." As she spoke, she gave a special look at Yun Jifeng, who had knocked Jiang Hong out several times. Yun Jifeng looked away expressionlessly. The second senior sister listened with curiosity and interest, and couldn't help but ask in a low voice, "Does your Hehuan sect engage in romantic relationships with Buddhist cultivators? Like in those stories, where aloof Buddhist cultivators are brought into the mortal world?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Yuan retorted righteously, "Absurd. What kind of story is this? It's full of stereotypes about our Hehuan sect. We are a legitimate dual cultivation sect. We don't force anyone, nor do we practice Buddhist cultivation." Before she could finish speaking, a young female disciple grabbed a bald monk and started pulling him out, saying menacingly, "You have to return to secular life today, whether you want to or not." Everyone not practicing Buddhism. They both looked at Jiang Yuan. Jiang Yuan was silent for a moment, then said quietly, "Let me show you the rooms." With great difficulty, Jiang Yuan showed them their lodgings and gave them a map, and they left almost as if their lives depended on it. She simply said, "I've been too outrageous these past few days. Madam has noticed that I instigated their return to the sect and is quite dissatisfied with me. She's been assigning me hard labor these past few days, so I might not be able to take care of you. But those two disciples who went astray are locked in the meditation tower for reflection. You can go and see them when you have time." Everyone. That's so unreliable. Was it really the right thing for them to join the Hehuan sect? After she left, everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. Zhu Xiu asked in a low voice, "What should we do?" Song Nanshe looked at the map and said, "Let's go check out the meditation tower first." The group memorized the map and headed directly to the Tower of Contemplation. They walked openly and honestly through the Hehuan sect, and everyone regarded them as disciples of the Hehuan sect. Some disciples from other sects even came over to ask for directions, but Song Nanshe had no idea where to go and could only point randomly. The disciple who asked for directions said smugly to his companion, "I knew someone this good-looking must be a disciple of the Hehuan sect. I made the right choice this time." Then, under Song Nanshe's guidance, they marched off in the opposite direction in a grand procession. Song Nansher felt extremely guilty and immediately said, "Let's go, let's go." They experienced this many times along the way, and eventually they became indifferent to it. So when they arrived at the meditation tower, Song Nansher walked in without taking his disciple token. The guard stopped them, saying responsibly, "Token." Song Nansher said calmly, "It's lost. I was just about to get a replacement." This guard was rather impartial. Without a disciple's token, how can you prove you are a member of the Hewan sect? Song Nansher, "Of course, we'll prove it with our faces." Guardian disciple. He silently glanced at their faces. Then he readily believed it. The meditation tower of the Hewan sect is where disciples who make mistakes are punished and confined. It is also known as the Little Black Room. Song Nansher walked in confidently. The others were initially quite cautious and uneasy, but seeing Song Nansher's arrogance, they couldn't help but feel emboldened. The Tower of Contemplation has 9 floors. The higher the floor, the more serious the disciples' mistakes are. Each floor is a small room. The disciples who are in solitary confinement are not allowed to come out on weekdays. They can only open their room doors to let out some fresh air once a day when meals are delivered. When Song Nansher and the others entered, it was meal delivery time. The disciples on the first floor, who had been confined, were already eagerly opening their room doors to breathe in this hard-won freedom, and then waiting for someone to bring them food. When they saw someone come in, they thought it was the food delivery person and looked over, but they knew it wasn't when they saw a group of unfamiliar faces. But who else would come to the quiet contemplation tower besides the food delivery service? Then the only option is to be punished by one's own master or elders for making a mistake and to reflect on it. Thinking about it this way, everyone subconsciously looked at their faces. Then someone couldn't help but ask in bewilderment, "People who look like that are punished and locked up in the meditation tower. How heartless must their masters be?" Upon hearing this, Song Nansher paused in his steps and looked over directly, feeling that this disciple seemed to be quite a looks-obsessed person. What does being good-looking have to do with making mistakes? In their boundless sect, even if you're as beautiful as a celestial being, if you make a mistake, you'll still be. Then the other disciples nodded in agreement, none of them finding anything wrong with what the disciple said, as if it were absurd that someone who was good-looking would be punished with 10 points. Song Nansher. She gained a new understanding of the sect's obsession with appearances. Some disciples even waved to them and said enthusiastically, "Which mountain are you from, fellow disciples? I have a sunny and well-ventilated solitary confinement room here. Come, come, don't be shy with your senior sister." After a moment of silence, Song Nansher politely declined, saying, "No need, we need to go upstairs." As they spoke, the group of people rushed up the stairs as if they were being chased by ghosts. Only a group of disciples were left staring blankly at their retreating figures. As is well known, the higher the floor, the bigger the mistake. Several disciples who had made minor mistakes watched them leave with admiration, muttering, "These junior brothers and sisters are truly beautiful and have wild ways." The group that rushed to the second floor faced the same situation again. Almost every cultivator who saw them sighed that their master was ruthless. Song Nansher and his group dared not linger and climbed to the 4th floor in one go. There were far fewer imprisoned cultivators there, and they were no longer so surprised to see them. For some reason, when the cultivators on the 3rd floor saw them still climbing up, they looked at them with more respect, and their expressions seemed to understand why they were imprisoned despite their good looks. Song Nansher felt something was off, but before he could figure out what it was, Zhu Xiu couldn't help but say, "If the Hewan sect is so obsessed with looks, it's no wonder they've survived all these years." Song Nansure rationally commented, their judgment of appearance is probably similar to how our sect judges innate talent. After all, they practice dual cultivation techniques. Just like Miss Jiang said, what else can you judge in dual cultivation if not appearance? Zhu Xiu thought about it for a moment. In their boundless sect, disciples with good aptitude would also receive preferential treatment in many ways, which was about the same as the advantage that disciples with good looks had in the Joyful Union sect. So she reluctantly expressed her understanding. They were on the 4th floor at the moment. Compared to the cultivators on the lower floors, the cultivators on the 4th floor looked at them with much calmer eyes, and their appearance was correspondingly much better. No one questioned why their master was so ruthless anymore. Song Nanshure's curiosity was piqued, and he couldn't help but ask a very beautiful-looking older sister, who was leaning against the door waiting for her meal, "Senior sister, why were you put in solitary confinement?" The fairy sister glanced at them. "Newcomers?" Song Nansure nodded. Then the fairy sister said nonchalantly, "Oh, it's nothing. It's just that he tried to have his cake and eat it too and ended up crashing." Song Nansure. She said respectfully, "Hello, sister. Goodbye, sister." She thought Jiang Yuan's happiness with 2 women was unmatched, but she never expected that someone was even more valiant than her. She finally understood what it meant to make bigger mistakes the higher the floor. This is only the 4th floor. No wonder the disciples on the 3rd floor looked at them with such reverence when they saw them still going up. Everyone felt that this was a place of trouble, and without saying a word, they continued to walk up. Seeing that they were still going up, the fairy sister's expression turned serious, and she sighed, "Indeed, you can't judge a book by its cover." People who believe in appearances can't be judged by their looks walked even faster. Next, for reasons unknown, Song Nansure asked people on almost every floor why they had been locked up. The mature woman on the 5th floor said with a weathered look, "It's nothing. I just slept with my master." Song Nansure expressed his respect. The eldest brother on the 6th floor said sadly, "All I wanted was to go to the demon race and become a gigolo who married into their family." Song Nansure expressed his appreciation. The cute girl on the 7th floor proudly declared, "I'm different. I went and flirted with a Buddhist disciple from the 10,000 Buddha sect." Song Nansure was shocked for a moment. Just as he was about to express his awe, the cute girl gasped and said, "Then I got beaten up by that bald monk and reported it to the Hawan sect." Song Nansure. Unable to continue, she stopped and telepathically asked the others, "Now that things have come to this, what reason do you think we need to come up with to climb to the 8th floor without arousing suspicion?" As she walked along, it felt like she was watching a Kardashian family drama, with one melodramatic plot after another. It was as if the entire Hawan sect was a collection of melodramatic events, and the Jinxi Tower was full of melodramatic protagonists who had grasped the secrets to attracting viewers. As expected of the Hawan sect, only those who seduce Buddhist disciples are worthy of being locked up on the 7th floor. Everyone expressed their difficulty. But just then, the cute girl asked, "You guys are still going up? What terrible mistake have you made?" At this time, having no other choice, Song Nansure had to bite the bullet and blame the only absent senior brother. She said, "I have a senior brother." After hearing this, everyone fell silent for a moment, and each of them silently apologized to their senior brother. The cute girl nodded seriously. "Your senior brother, and then what?" Song Nansure spouted nonsense. "You know the head of the dead assassins, right, Mr. Shen?" The cute girl immediately perked up. "I know. He has a very good relationship with our sect leader's wife. What's the relationship between your senior brother and the assassin leader? Song Nansure weighed the absurdity of the stories she had heard along the way, and immediately drew on her years of experience being poisoned by melodramatic TV dramas in modern times, and said, "My senior brother stole the woman that assassin leader loved. The assassin leader was furious and secretly hunted down my senior brother. He even went directly to the sect leader's wife. Since the sect leader's family was powerful and influential, the wife could only punish us." The cute girl was so shocked she dropped her melon seeds and couldn't help but ask, "What does what your senior brother did have to do with you?" Song Nansure continued, "My senior brother ran away with that girl, and we were the ones who helped him escape." The cute girl was immediately excited and exclaimed, "That girl actually left with your senior brother." Song Nansure immediately launched into a tirade about unrequited love and forceful seduction, fabricating a story about a white moonlight who loves him but is not loved by him, adding elements like imprisonment in a dark room, and portraying his senior brother as the warm-hearted second male lead who silently protects her, leading the forcibly taken female lead away to a distant place. She got so into the conversation that she wanted to add some melodramatic backstory, turning her senior brother into the long-lost brother of the assassin leader. Yoon Ji-fan subtly pulled her back, and she regretfully shut up. Even so, the cute girl found it exciting enough. She was shocked. "I never would have guessed that the dead assassin leader had such a hidden side, and was also a romantic." He paused, frowned, and shook his head, saying, "This method is really a bit crazy. Is this how you pursue someone? Why don't you come to me? You deserve to have your girl stolen." This is what the cute girl who got beaten up for flirting with a Buddhist monk said. Song Nansure, "Oh, right. Then the cute girl slapped her thigh, gave a thumbs up, and said, "Your senior brother did a great job. This is what a disciple of all Hagwon sect should be like." Song Nansure, "My senior brother will be happy to hear your praise." Cute girl, You're welcome. Then she couldn't wait to go back to her room, not even waiting for dinner, wanting to digest this sudden and exciting story. Seeing this, Song Nansure nodded and turned to the silent crowd, saying, "All right, it's settled. I think that according to this story, reaching the 9th floor won't be a problem." "Perfect." Everyone fell silent. After a long silence, Yoon Ji-fan slowly said, "I'm afraid Mr. Shen and your senior brother don't think so." Song Nansure thought for a moment about the reactions of the two who had inexplicably become the ones forced to love the male lead and the second male lead, and felt a little guilty. Then she said confidently, "It's okay. I only told one person. It won't get out. And even if it did get out, no one would believe it." Yoon Ji-fan thought what she said made sense, but when he thought about the person who said it, Song Nansure, he felt a little uneasy. In the end, all he could say was, "Never mind, let's go." They had barely climbed to the 8th floor when the cute girl slipped into her room, excitedly tore off a communication talisman, and said to her best friend across from her, "I heard some really exciting gossip today." Song Nansure was completely unaware of this. When he climbed to the 8th floor, he was still glad that there was no one on the 8th floor, so they wouldn't have to tell this fabricated story again. The group quietly climbed to the 9th floor. The last level currently only holds 2 disciples who have gone mad from their cultivation. Each room on the 9th floor is protected by a magic array, and you can't get in unless you have a key. Song Nansure and the others didn't intend to go inside. They just wanted to use their heavenly eyes to peek through the window and see if their demonic possession was related to the shadow ghost. But before they could even find where their 2 disciples who had gone mad with their cultivation were locked up, a furious shout came from the empty corridor, "Speak to me." Everyone paused, almost simultaneously holding their breath and concealing their figures. After exchanging glances, Song Nanshe made a hand gesture. The others waited in place, while she and Yoon Jifeng stealthily followed the sound to the outside of a room. The room's array had not been broken, but through the window, they could see a woman in red standing with her back to them in front of a man with a weak aura. They had never seen the weak-looking man before. He must be the first disciple Jiang Yuan had mentioned who had gone mad from internal energy. But who is this woman in red? The formation wasn't broken, so she should have the key. Was it someone that disciple knew? Just as Song Nanshe was thinking this, he heard the disciple, who was rumored to have gone mad with his cultivation, speak in a weak but still coherent voice, "Master." Song Nanshe suddenly realized. It turns out that this female cultivator was the legendary master, who quickly took her disciple back to recuperate after the disciple suffered a chi deviation. Judging from this disciple's condition, has he recovered? Why didn't Jiang Yuan mention it? At this moment, the disciple inside the sect had just called out "Master," when he was interrupted by the woman in red. She roared, "You still remember I'm your master? I spent half a year painstakingly saving you, and all I ask you is what you encountered in the sect master's mansion, and you're telling me you don't know. Do you think I'm stupid? You were so absent-minded before you went into chi deviation, and you didn't know." The disciple's voice trembled, "Master, I really..." The female cultivator in red said directly, "It's related to Madame Peony, isn't it?" The disciple quickly retorted, "No. It was me." Before he could finish speaking, he saw his master looking at him with a cold smile. He then realized that he had refuted too quickly, and a hint of annoyance flashed across his face. The red-robed master straightened his sleeves and said slowly, "You've just woken up, so I won't force you. I'll just tell you that I've regained your consciousness, but it's impossible for you to cultivate again. From now on, you can only be an ordinary person. 100 years will pass quickly, and no matter how much you like Madame Peony, she won't look at you now, and she'll never look at you in the future." The disciple looked dazed. The red-robed master's face had already turned cold. He said, "I went to great lengths to save you. I have done more than enough. If you still want to acknowledge me as your master, then answer my questions truthfully. If you don't, then I will disown you as a brainless disciple." The disciple remained stunned for a long time, but still managed to say with difficulty, "No, she has nothing." The master sneered, "Stubborn fool." She turned to leave, but suddenly sensed something. Her expression hardened, and she quickly knocked her disciple unconscious before turning back. "Come out." At this moment, Song Nanshe, after hearing some big news, realized that things were not going well and wanted to run away, but after hearing her suddenly speak, he thought about it and decided to stay. She stood still, meeting the piercing eyes of her red-robed master, who had opened the door, and calmly said, "I did not mean to eavesdrop, but I may know something about your disciple's situation." As she spoke, she opened her third eye and glanced at the unconscious disciple. He no longer has the shadow ghost on him. But Song Nanshe saw signs that his fortune had been plundered. The red-robed master stared at her for a long time, until Yoon Jifeng stepped in front of her, and then suddenly said, "Come with me." A moment later, the group gathered in an empty room. The red-robed master spoke directly. "Jiang Yuan has been inquiring about my good-for-nothing disciple lately. Did she invite you here?" Song Nanshe exclaimed in surprise, "You guessed it." The red-robed master said, "Her two fellow disciples also disappeared in the sect master's mansion. A few days ago, she was running around the sect, but a few days later she suddenly stopped caring about it. I thought she didn't want to care about her fellow disciples anymore, but a few days ago she suddenly asked me about my wicked disciple. I knew then that she must have found help and had already found out about the sect master's mansion. From her words, Song Nansure immediately understood that this master also suspected that his disciple's demonic possession was related to the sect leader's mansion, and had already traced it back to Madame Peony. Furthermore, he suspected that Madame Peony was also responsible for the master of Jiangyuan and his fellow disciples. She deliberately asked, "Do you think your apprentice's accident is related to Madame Peony?" The master sneered, "My wicked disciple was the first to suffer a chi deviation half a year ago. He had been helping with the old sect master's funeral at the sect master's mansion. He suffered a chi deviation not long after returning. But at that time, I had no evidence to support my suspicions. However, in the past few months, the second person to suffer a chi deviation also came from the sect master's mansion. The two missing disciples were also helping at the sect master's mansion. I would be doing myself a disservice if I didn't have any suspicions." She paused, then looked at them. "I've said enough. Let me start with you. What's your name?" Song Nansure then said, "This junior is Song Nansure. How should I address you, senior?" The red-robed master said, "Zhou Yang. You can call me Elder Zhou." It turned out to be an elder of the Hewan sect. Song Nansure immediately wondered if this elder had played a part in forcing Madame Shu back to the sect. She smiled and said, "Elder Zhou." Elder Zhou glanced at her and said calmly, "Little girl, now you can tell me what you know, right?" Song Nansure readily replied, "Of course I know. I know why your disciple turned out this way." Elder Zhou's eyes narrowed. Song Nansure smiled slightly, because of the shadow ghost. Elder Zhou's expression shifted, and he was about to ask further when Song Nansure countered, "I've already said that, so may I also ask you a question?" Elder Zhou then realized that if she didn't say something, the girl probably wouldn't continue. She then said, "Ask." Song Nansure and Yun Jifeng exchanged a glance. Then, unexpectedly, Song Nansure asked, "Have you ever seen an old man that Madame Peony once met? He was quite tall, but thin and hunched over, with a mole between his eyebrows." When Song Nansure asked the question, he had no hope, but to his surprise, Elder Zhou immediately replied, "I've seen him before." Song Nansure's eyes lit up, and he immediately pressed, "Then what about him?" But Elder Zhou immediately added, "But that was 3 years ago." Song Nan paused. 3 years ago? She originally wanted to ask if the person who sent Master Shi down the mountain was Madame Peony, but had they met 3 years ago? Since Elder Zhou witnessed it 3 years ago, does that prove that they actually see each other frequently? But the old man only leaves the sect for the annual sacrificial ceremony. If that's the case, is it possible that old Master Shi sees this peony lady every year when he comes to offer sacrifices? Elder Zhou continued, "I met her by chance 3 years ago, around this time of year. I was hunting in the mountains when I saw her talking to an old man at the foot of the mountain. She seemed to really not want to be seen, and she was very unhappy when I saw her." She remembered it so clearly that Song Nansure couldn't help but feel suspicious again. She asked, "You remember someone you only met once 3 years ago so clearly?" Elder Zhou glanced at her and said, "It's not the same for others, but I still remember that old man." Song Nansure, "Why?" Elder Zhou glanced at her again and remained silent. "You want me to tell the truth?" Song Nansure nodded. Elder Zhou was silent for a moment, then said calmly, "Because that old man was so uniquely ugly, I remembered him immediately." Song Nansure, "You guys, who are obsessed with looks, are now resorting to personal attacks." Because of this phrase, "ugly in a unique way," Song Nansure fell into a long silence. Elder Zhou sensed something was off about her reaction, pondered for a moment, and asked, "What's your relationship with that ugly old man you were asking about?" Song answered, "Why do you have to add the word ugly to old man?" She said, with a heavy heart, "That was the senior who taught me cultivation. So even if you feel embarrassed, please don't say thank you to her face." But Elder Joe's focus was peculiar. She blurted out, "That's your master? Such a handsome disciple like you actually has such a shabby master. Are you blind?" Song answered, "Good, at least this time they didn't directly say ugly." She took a deep breath and said, "First of all, he taught me cultivation, but he is not my master. Secondly, he just has more wrinkles as he gets older, but he is still very good looking." Elder Joe completely ignored the second half of her sentence. Hearing that the old man wasn't her master, he breathed a sigh of relief and said, "That's great." Then she asked with concern, "Is your master good looking?" After thinking for a moment, Song Nansher said truthfully, "It's still very beautiful. If you're not good looking, you can't be the male lead in a crematorium." Elder Joe seemed somewhat unwilling to accept this, and said, "Are you as good looking as me? If your master isn't as good looking as me, why don't you join another sect and become my disciples?" Song Nansher was stunned for a moment, not realizing for a moment what the relationship was between being good looking and joining another sect. She hesitated. "You want to take us as your disciples?" Elder Joe's gaze swept over their faces one by one, and he couldn't help but feel heartbroken. "You're all so good looking. It would be a waste if you didn't join our Hehuan sect. My disciple is practically crippled now. Would you like to consider becoming my disciples?" Song Nansher, "Thank you, but it's not necessary." Elder Joe was somewhat unwilling. "Aren't you really going to reconsider? Our Hehuan sect is quite good too." Song Nansher thought for a moment and said, "But our master is better looking than you." Elder Joe didn't take her formal refusal seriously, but when she brought up the issue of appearance, his face immediately fell. She glanced at them again and said dejectedly, "Never mind, I'm just not as beautiful as them." Song answered, "I'm not as good looking as others, damn it." She took a deep breath and said in a gentle voice, "Senior, the old man you met is most likely the person I'm looking for. Can you think carefully? Did Madame Peony only meet him once 3 years ago? Were there any clues in previous years?" Elder Joe pondered for a moment, then said with certainty, "I only saw Madame and that ugly old man meet once 3 years ago. I don't know much about the other times, but there is one thing that is rather unusual." Song Nansher immediately pressed, "What?" Elder Joe glanced at them and said, "Madame Peony has been married into the Hehuan sect for over 60 years. She rarely leaves the sect, but around December each year, she goes to Tuyo Mountain. I haven't inquired about what she does there, but my foolish disciple told me that she goes to perform a sacrifice. Come to think of it, the old man you mentioned 3 years ago was also around December. Perhaps Madame Peony encountered that ugly old man during her sacrifice." "Sacrifice? Is it also a sacrifice?" Song Nansher's heart skipped a beat. Elder Joe added, "She was all alone when the old sect leader brought her in. Over the years, we haven't heard of any of her relatives still alive. Since she goes to offer sacrifices every year, those buried on the mountain are probably her relatives." Elder Joe was just speaking casually, but Song Nansher felt her mind clear instantly, and a guess she had never thought of before suddenly appeared in her mind. Since the ancestral rites are performed every year, the deceased are probably her relatives buried there. Master Sher's apprentice, or relative. Yes. How could she not have thought of that? She was so lost in thought that she didn't even hear Elder Joe calling her. Young Jifan quietly pulled her aside. When Song Nansha came to her senses, she saw Elder Zhou looking at her with his arms crossed, a half smile on his face, and said, "Little girl, I've said enough. It's your turn to speak." She straightened up. What is a shadow ghost? Not everyone in the cultivation world knows about the underhanded methods of evil cultivators like Shadow Ghost, let alone a sect like the Joyful Union sect that practices dual cultivation. Song Nansha didn't hold back and explained it in detail. She added, "Just now, I saw traces of being plundered by the shadow demon on your disciple." From the moment Song Nansha began speaking, Elder Zhou remained expressionless. After Song Nansha finished speaking, she sneered repeatedly. She couldn't help but shout angrily, "Plundering people's luck and lifespan. What's the difference between that and using them as a furnace? I've taught him since he was a child, and this is the kind of person who's eager to be someone's furnace. How could I, Zhou Yang, have such a stupid and pig-like disciple?" She seemed certain that her disciple knew something. Song Nansha couldn't help but ask, "Are you sure your disciple knows any secrets related to peonies?" Elder Zhou glanced at her. She said calmly, "I picked him up when he was just a baby and raised him myself. I know his personality best. When he came back from the sect leader's mansion, he was absent-minded. When I asked him, he just said nothing was wrong. Do you think I can tell whether something is wrong or not?" She sneered, "I spent half a year getting him back to his senses, just to find out what he encountered in the sect leader's mansion, but this is how he repays his master." Her expression was desolate, and Song Nansha and the others looked at each other, speechless for a moment. Only Yung Jifeng remained calm and asked, "Is your disciple infatuated with Lady Peony?" Elder Zhou took a deep breath. "If I didn't love her, would my foolish disciple go to such lengths to cover for her? I just don't understand. I, Zhou Yang, have been with countless men in my life. How could I have raised such a love-struck fool?" Seeing how angry she was, Song Nansha was afraid that in her anger she would really stop caring about her disciple, and then they would have no chance to find out what secret her disciple knew. So even though Song Nansha felt that his disciple was a bit too love-struck, he could only bite the bullet and comfort him. "Your disciple isn't beyond redemption. Try to think of things on the bright side." "Benefits?" Elder Zhou looked at her. "He's in this state. What benefits could he possibly gain?" So Song Nansha also got stuck. She looked directly at Yung Jifeng. Yung Jifeng paused for a moment, then calmly said, "For example, his way of judging people by their appearance is very similar to yours." Song Nansha. She wished she could go back 5 seconds to shut Yung Jifeng up. "Is this how you comfort someone? Isn't this just making an enemy?" For some surprise, Elder Zhou paused for a moment, then suddenly exclaimed, "That's true." This time, Song Nan was stunned. Elder Zhou counted on his fingers and said, "Madame Peony's appearance is indeed top-notch. Even if I like men, I would have to praise her beauty. So, he has good taste. However, I'm the type to look at faces so that I can't see the same face twice in my life. Is this kid set on this one face for the rest of his life?" She murmured, "The first time he met Madame Peony, he came back and asked me who she was. I saw through his thoughts and told him directly that she was the sect leader's wife, and told him to give up. But who knew? Who knew that her disciple was such a devoted lover? He hadn't mentioned Madame Peony for so many years, but he hadn't sought any other Taoist partners either. Until the sect leader died, the entire sect was filled with grief. He was also grieving, but how could she not see the relief beneath her disciple's grief? Then, without her, his master's, knowledge, he was among the first to enter the sect leader's mansion to help with the funeral arrangements. And then he came back, and he turned out like this. Elder Zhou wished she had never had such a stupid disciple, and then she thought that she should have kept him from meeting Madame P10. But putting herself in others' shoes, she herself was living a carefree life and didn't think she would raise a hopelessly infatuated person who couldn't live without her. She murmured, "I shouldn't have brought him back in the first place." As she said this, her expression was completely different. Song Nanshu remained silent this time, simply waiting for her to finish processing her thoughts. Soon, Elder Zhou took a deep breath and said calmly, "He has gone mad with his cultivation. Even if his consciousness recovers, he will be crippled by now. But I have been his master for so many years, so I must at least know why my disciple is crippled." Song Nanshu asked, "So what do you mean?" Elder Zhou suddenly looked at them. Then she suddenly said, "I think you made a good point about one thing." Song Nanshu, "Huh? What?" Elder Zhou said very seriously, "He likes good-looking people, just like me." Song Nanshu suddenly had a bad feeling. The next moment, Elder Zhou said excitedly, "I believe I'm as good-looking as anyone, but I've probably seen enough of my disciple being forced to kneel and whipped by me. Now I need the best-looking one among you." She uttered a few words, "Remove the last. Seduce him." Everyone. Song Nanshu chuckled awkwardly. "This isn't quite appropriate." Elder Zhou remained calm. "No, it's very suitable. I know you all want him to speak, but you have to give something in return. Are you willing to do it or not? If not, we'll leave and I won't care about him anymore." Song Nanshu didn't hesitate. "Do it." Elder Zhou smiled slightly and took a step back. Then, "Please begin your performance." Everyone. The four good-looking men and women looked at each other in bewilderment. After a long pause, Yun Jifeng calmly said, "Since it's about seduction, we should choose the most attractive one." He looked around and asked, "So, who's the best-looking?" As soon as he finished speaking, 3 hands pointed at him simultaneously. "Yun Jifeng." He reminded him expressionlessly, "I am a man." Song Nanshu, "What does facial attraction have to do with men and women?" Yun Jifeng watched quietly as Song Nanshu took advantage of his misfortune. Song Nanshu felt guilty for messing with her new boyfriend and whispered, "If senior brother were here, I would have voted for him, but he's not here." Yun Jifeng took a deep breath. "What if I don't go?" Before Song Nanshu could speak, Zhu Xiu quickly said, "Then let third junior sister go." Yun Jifeng. "Is it my own last? Or is it the last of my beloved?" "Last." He was being manipulated. He remained silent for a long time before finally saying, "Okay, I'll go." At this point, his emotions were relatively stable. Then he turned and walked towards the room where the disciple was imprisoned, his killing intent blazing the moment he turned. Song Nanshu stared at his retreating figure for a long time, then suddenly felt regret. Of course, she didn't regret letting Yun Jifeng remove his seductive charm. She was afraid that if Yun Jifeng went in, he would kill the person. The group looked anxiously at the closed door, fearing that Yun Jifeng would have already killed them when the door was opened again. Elder Zhou, however, remained calm and composed, as if he were not afraid at all that his disciple would be killed by the person who stormed in. No one knows how long they waited, but the door was suddenly opened. Song Nanshu looked up and saw Yun Jifeng standing inside the door, straightening his sleeves, and said calmly, "He's willing to talk." The group exchanged bewildered glances, fearing that they would find a dead disciple as soon as they entered. Elder Zhou was the first to go in. Seeing this, Song Nanshu gritted his teeth and followed. Then I saw a person with a bruised and swollen face. Song Nansher. She paused for a moment, then looked hesitantly at Elder Joe. This is... Elder Joe acted as if he hadn't seen his disciple's miserable state. Young Jifeng explained. He was probably so moved by my words that he cried so hard he couldn't see clearly and bumped his head against the wall. Song Nansher glanced at the other person's bruised eyes and silently shut his mouth. Elder Joe then asked, "Are you finally willing to talk?" The apprentice mumbled indistinctly, "I'm willing." Elder Joe asked with great interest, "Why?" The apprentice glanced at Young Jifeng and forced a forced smile. "I've been moved by him." Elder Joe sneered, "Serves you right." As they were talking, Song Nansher lowered his voice and asked, "How did you do that? Did you even study torture?" Young Jifeng remained expressionless. "Reform them through persuasion." Song Nansher glanced at his sleeve. "You haven't wiped the blood off your sleeve yet." Young Jifeng casually tugged at his sleeve. At this moment, Elder Joe said, "All right, now that you've been moved, you're willing to talk, right?" She looked him straight in the eye. "What exactly did you see in the sect master's mansion?" The disciple's eyes darted away for a moment, then he couldn't help but say in a tearful voice, I just overheard what the lady and that assassin leader were saying." Song Nansher immediately stepped forward. "What did they say?" The disciple took a deep breath and said, "The assassin leader told the lady that if you don't want to end up like the old sect leader, this is the only way." His voice trembled. Then he gave the lady a small porcelain jar. "Small porcelain jar." Song Nansher and Young Jifeng exchanged a glance, and simultaneously thought of the porcelain jar in the warehouse that once contained the shadow ghost. "Did this porcelain jar come from Mr. Shen?" Elder Joe pressed on. "Don't you want to end up like the old sect leader?" "What happened to the old sect leader? Didn't she just die from the lightning tribulation not long ago? Was she afraid of the lightning tribulation? Or was she afraid of death?" The disciple shook his head in anguish, saying, "I don't know. They found out about me. The assassin leader told Madam to handle it herself. Madam only begged me not to tell anyone. She said she wouldn't do anything to me, and I agreed and left the sect leader's mansion, but who knew?" But Lady Peony didn't believe him. She used the shadow demon she had just acquired on him first, hoping to eliminate any future trouble. Elder Joe angrily rebuked, "Fool." She stared at him intently, her expression filled with disappointment. "Your youthful feelings are nothing but a fleeting infatuation. You've never spent time with her, never opened your heart to her, and haven't even seen her many times. Is she the one you're truly infatuated with, or is it someone you've imagined? For your self-righteous love, you disobeyed your teacher's orders, blindly trusted others, and didn't cherish yourself. Now you've ended up like this. You've ruined yourself, and do you want your teacher to bury you in your old age?" The disciple finally broke down in tears. "Master." Song Nansher watched, then silently took a step back. At this moment, the whole picture is clear. 6 months ago, 6 months after the old sect leader died, Madam Peony obtained the shadow ghost from Mr. Shen. The reason is that he didn't want to be like the old sect leader. The old sect leader is dead, and the shadow ghost can absorb people's luck and lifespan, so does she not want to die? But witnessing her Taoist companion die under the lightning tribulation made her think of her own death, and she even took action, turning someone who trusted her into her first victim. Was Madame Peony so insecure about her own cultivation? Was she so certain that she would also die under the lightning tribulation? The first victim was this disciple because she witnessed the transaction. Based on the timeline, the second and third victims were Jiang Yuan's fellow apprentices. It's just that I don't know why the first victim, who witnessed the shadow ghost, ended up in this state, and Jiang Yuan's fellow disciples also broke into the warehouse. Why were they alive according to her divination? Didn't have time to act? Or were you unable to act? Song Nanshe suddenly remembered old Master Shi. He disappeared with them, and the divination results showed the same. Assuming her guess about Madame Peony's identity is correct, and if on the day of the incident, old Master Shi happened to be down the mountain to visit Madame Peony and happened to witness her attacking the two of them, Song Nanshe's heart sank. That old man won't stand idly by. If Lady Peony didn't want her scheme to be exposed, then she would have no choice but to arrest all three of them. I just don't know how Madame Peony managed to deal with old man Shi. Song Nanshe suddenly raised his head, and at this moment, Elder Zhou said, "After this is over, I will send you down the mountain, and you will live out the rest of your life as a mortal." She said calmly, "Our master-disciple relationship has come to an end." The disciple opened his mouth. "Master." Elder Zhou said expressionlessly, "Let's go." She turned and left without hesitation. Song Nanshe glanced at the disciple, sighed, and followed. Elder Zhou stood outside the door in a daze for a long time. Then Song Nanshe asked in a low voice, "What does Senior wish to do?" She paused for a moment, then said, "I must seek justice for him." Song Nanshe, "So, are you going to make your move now?" Elder Zhou, "We can't take action based on just his word." Song Nanshe then asked, "How about you cooperate with us, Senior?" Elder Zhou looked at her. "Do you have a solution?" Song Nanshe smiled and said, "We came up with the solutions together." Elder Zhou was quite straightforward. "What do you want me to do?" Song Nanshe then said, "Miss Jiang Yuan said that no one has ever seen Madame Peony make a move, so I would like to ask you for a favor, Senior, to test what kind of cultivator Madame Peony is." Elder Zhou thought for a moment and said, 3 days from now, the Hewan sect will open the forbidden area and take out the seals of the sect leaders of the past to prepare for the succession. I will try to find a way to let her enter the forbidden area with me and test her." Song Nanshe extended his hand. "It's a deal." Elder Zhou grasped it. "It's a deal." Half an hour later, the group of people, full of bravado, were led by Elder Zhou out of the dog hole and climbed out of the meditation tower. Song Nanshe was covered in dust and had dead fish eyes. "Why don't we come out openly and honestly?" Elder Zhou, "Because I didn't walk in openly and honestly, it would be too conspicuous for me to suddenly walk out." Zhu Xiu opened her mouth. "But we came in openly and honestly." Elder Zhou, "Then why did you follow me and crawl through the dog hole?" The group looked at each other in bewilderment. Elder Zhou was speechless. "All right, I'll go back to my cave first. You can all go now." After saying that, she walked away smoothly down a path that had already been worn into shape. Song Nanshe looked at the road in front of them again. A thicket of thorns. The junior sister hesitated. "Should we climb back up and then go through the main gate?" Song Nanshe gritted his teeth. "It's suspicious that you went in and came out again." "All right, let's go." The group could only advance by cutting through thorns. As she chopped, Zhu Xiu casually remarked, "Why do I feel like there's something a little off about Madame Peony's identity?" Song Nanshe casually replied, "Of course that's wrong." She said, "She's probably Master Shi's youngest disciple." Zhu Xiu was horrified. "Master Shi's disciple? Wasn't she dead? Didn't we initially guess she was a medicinal herb? Then who is the medicinal herb now?" Song Nanshe, "Then there's only one person left. Mr. Shen." Zhu Xiu stumbled and fell out of the bushes. Just then, a group of disciples walked by. Song Nan and his companions were covered in dust, looking extremely disheveled, and their beauty was nowhere to be seen. They saw the disciples who had been friendly to them when they arrived suddenly turn hostile and demand, "Who are you? Are you disciples of the Joyful Union sect?" Song Nansher turned and ran. "Go." The disciples immediately gave chase. As they chased, they shouted, "Stop! Seize those ugly monks up ahead." Song Nansher, whose face was no longer clearly visible, was utterly despairing of this sect that judged people by their appearance. Meanwhile, the eldest disciple was transferred to guard the young sect leader. As soon as he arrived, he saw the young sect leader clutching his stomach, laughing heartily. Jiangji paused, then cautiously asked, "Young sect master?" The young sect leader laughed so hard his eyes were almost closed, and handed over a piece of paper. "Take a look at this." Jiangji took it and saw that it was written in extremely shocking terms. "Shock. An unknown cultivator has stolen Mr. Shen's love with a knife. Is he dead? What has the leader done to turn evil for love?" It was a gossip tabloid published by Wang Shirtan. The young sect leader slammed his fist on the table and laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha ha." Jiangji also found it quite funny. After looking at it, he decided to take it back and show it to others when he had time. At this time, the naive young man had no idea who the ruthless man in the tabloids was who had stolen his love. The group shook off the group of terrifying, appearance-obsessed disciples and fled back to their residence in a disheveled state. Song Nansher, his eyes glazed over from being chased, closed the door and plopped down on a stool, muttering, "These disciples of the Hoguang sect are terrifying." Yung Jifeng also remained silent with a dark expression. Only the junior sister looked around, then suddenly whispered, "Senior sister, I think I've gotten into trouble." The two senior sisters looked at her at the same time, not understanding how their junior sister had caused trouble in the short time it took to escape for her life. The junior sister felt a little guilty and stammered, "Well, it wasn't a large group of strangers who suddenly chased us." Song Nansher felt uneasy upon hearing the word stranger and couldn't help but sit up straight. The junior sister whispered, "One of them was chasing me really hard, and I got a little scared, so." Song Nansher's voice trembled, "Just." The junior sister's voice was even lower, "I just gave him a gentle push." Everyone. The original URL is x63. What exactly does gently mean? Song Nansher still couldn't believe the unit of power his junior sister had mentioned. After a moment of silence, he cautiously asked, "Is he dead?" The junior sister quickly waved her hand. No, I'm very restrained." The two senior sisters exchanged a glance, unable to believe the restraint their junior sister had described. Yung Jifeng, who was standing to the side, watched them silently, then suddenly asked, "Did you push that person who suddenly flew out?" The junior sister stammered, Yes. Yung Jifeng looked at Song Nansher and said, "Then you don't need to worry. I took a look, and he is indeed not dead." Song Nansher immediately breathed a sigh of relief, and Zhu Xiu even exclaimed with relief, "It's good that he's not dead. It's good that he's not dead." Yung Jifeng nodded, "He's not dead. He just broke 2 ribs and a leg on the spot. He's fine." The two. They looked at their junior sister in silence. The junior sister shuddered. "I was quite scared at the time." Song Nansher. Those people were probably quite scared too. She asked why she stopped pursuing him halfway through. However, since no one was killed, Song Nansher breathed a sigh of relief. Zhu Xiu was also quite easygoing and immediately said, "It's good that no one was killed. Nansher, tell me how Madame Peony became Elder Shi's disciple. Didn't all 13 of Elder Shi's disciples die tragically?" How did another disciple suddenly appear? Their understanding of Master Shi was ultimately not as deep as Song Nanshi's. Even though they knew that it was suspicious for Madame Peony to sweep the grave of Master Shi's disciple, they would not suspect it for the time being. After all, it was common knowledge among the Wuyang sect that the master had lost 13 disciples. Who could have imagined that a disciple who had already died would come back to life? Song Nanshe was silent for a moment, then said, "Old Master Shi comes here to offer sacrifices every year, and according to Elder Zhou, he meets with Madame Peony every year when he offers sacrifices." Song Nanshe's thinking was very clear. I know him too well. In the past 10 years, I have never seen him be close to anyone, let alone meet with one person every year. Moreover, the place where he buried his disciple is Madame Peony's property. If he didn't trust her to a certain extent, he would never bury his disciple in someone else's land, even if it was to move the grave. So what do you think? Upon hearing this, the group fell into deep thought. Seeing this, Song Nanshe took a sip of water to moisten his mouth. Then Zhu Xiu said with a serious expression, "I wonder if Elder Shi and Madame Peony have a painful and unspeakable past." With a pft, Song Nanshe spat out a mouthful of water. The image of the old man's thin, withered appearance flashed into her mind in an instant, followed by the incomparably beautiful Lady Peony when she first met her. She put down her teacup and looked at Zhu Xiu with a complicated expression. Zhu Xiu blinked. "Of course, that's just what I said." Song Nanshe hesitated, then asked, "Aren't you afraid of knocking out your teeth if you keep banging your head like that?" "Second senior sister, huh?" Song Nanshe shook his head. "No." She finally understood that not only are the pairings that modern people ship becoming increasingly incomprehensible, but when ancient people actually started shipping, they went for the most bizarre and outlandish ideas. She shook off the bizarre pairing of Old Master Shi and Madame Peony, things that can't be said from her mind, ignoring her second senior sister's expectant gaze. She calmly said, "I previously thought she was some kind of relative or descendant of Master Shi, but it doesn't make sense that she didn't sweep the grave of her youngest disciple, Shi Xinyang, when she was sweeping the tomb. Today, Elder Zhou casually mentioned that Madame Shi holds a memorial service every year, so could her relatives be buried there?" She calmly said, "There's another possibility why Madame Peony doesn't sweep Shi Xinyang's grave. She herself is Shi Xinyang. She didn't die back then, so she doesn't need to sweep her own grave." After she finished speaking, she looked at everyone, giving them time to be shocked. To everyone's surprise, Zhu Xiu said regretfully, "So it wasn't a tragic love story after all." Song Nanshe, "You have really good teeth." Seeing that her expression was complicated, Yun Jifeng chuckled and steered the conversation back on track. If Madame Peony is indeed Shi Xinyang, why would she announce that she is dead, even changing her name and having a tombstone erected? Senior Shi visits her every year, which shows that she knows the truth. With Senior Shi's current strength, I can't think of any reason why they could keep this a secret for so many years. Song Nanshe thought for a moment and murmured, "Master Shi's disciples died one after another within 10 years. It is said that they all died unexpectedly. If they were really unexpected, what is Master Shi afraid of?" She paused, then said sourly, "They didn't even tell me." Yun Jifeng glanced at her, a hint of sourness in his voice. "You might as well ask about these things after you rescue Senior Master." Seeing this, Song Nanshe glanced at him and couldn't help but chuckle. Seeing her smile, Yun Jifeng suddenly realized that he hadn't been jealous enough and couldn't help but chuckle. Then the two of them laughed in front of other people. Even the senior sister, who was used to bumping into things, felt her teeth ache from the pain. The junior sister rubbed her arms and whispered, "I feel like there's something off between them." Zhu Xiu glanced at her junior sister and said solemnly, "This is not something you should know at your age." After they finished laughing, Zhu Xiu whispered, "I hope I won't disturb you by speaking now." Song Nansher snapped out of his daze, coughed, and said, No, I won't bother you." Zhu Xiu then said, "According to your guess, Madame Peony is sure Xinyang. She didn't die back then. She changed her name and hid in High Town. Later, she met the sect leader of the Hohuan sect and got married. So her life was pretty smooth. How did she end up playing with shadow ghosts after meeting this medicinal herb? Is it because her Taoist partner died during the lightning tribulation? Is she so afraid that she won't be able to pass the lightning tribulation herself?" Song Nansher said thoughtfully, "I think this is probably related to why she went into hiding back then." She shook her head again. "Forget it, let's not think about these things for now. Since Elder Zhou wants to test Madame Peony when the Hohuan sect opens the forbidden area to retrieve the sect leader's seal, I need to find an opportunity to ask her if she can help me sneak in." The answer is, of course, no. A day later, just as Elder Zhou had persuaded the other elders to let her open the forbidden area and retrieve the sect leader's seal, she heard Song Nansher's request. Elder Zhou refused outright. She said, "In principle, only the sect leaders of each generation can enter the forbidden area. My suggestion that an elder lead the former sect leader's wife to retrieve the sect leader's seal for the young sect leader, citing the young sect leader's youth and the inherent danger of the forbidden area, already violates the ancestral precepts. Not to mention bringing in another person, even if you disguise yourself as another disciple of the Hohuan sect, it is still not allowed." Elder Zhou had already made a decision that went against the ancestors' wishes, so Song Nansher could only regretfully give up. She thought about it and also told the others to stay home as much as possible for the next 2 days to avoid any unforeseen complications. 2 days later, on the day the Hohuan sect opened its forbidden area, Song Nansher estimated that they should have entered by now, so he asked his senior and junior sisters to stay at home, while he took Yung Jifeng out to investigate the situation. Zhu Xiu poked her head out and said, "The key shouldn't be gathering information, but rather being with Yung Jifeng." Song Nansher, hands on hips, said, "So what if it is?" Zhu Xiu laughed. She now feels that although she can't bear the pain of love, watching other people fall in love is really interesting. Today was another day of finding sweetness in the cracks of rocks and being moved to tears by other people's love stories. Song Nansher left with her boyfriend amidst her laughter. The junior sister standing to the side had no idea about the relationship between her third senior sister and Yung Jifeng, nor did she know what her second senior sister was laughing about, and looked completely bewildered. When Zhu Xiu turned around, she saw her junior sister holding a rabbit with a blank expression. She then remembered that the rabbit was her junior sister's Taoist partner in her past life, and for a moment she felt happy again. She asked softly, "Junior sister, what kind of person do you like?" Upon hearing this, Yu Jiujiu thought about it seriously. Qi Xuan, who was serious, stiffened all over and his heart was racing. Then Yu Jiujiu said seriously, "I don't like people." Qi Xuan, second senior sister. She glanced at the demon prince who could transform into a human but was not human, and suddenly wondered if he met the requirements. At this moment, Song Nansher, who had just stepped out, did not expect that they would alert the enemy so quickly. A few days ago, when Song Nansher sent a message, she learned that Jiang Ji had been sent to the sect leader's mansion to guard the family. She was afraid that her senior brother had exposed something. Taking advantage of the fact that Madame Peony had entered the forbidden area today, she wanted to go down the mountain to see her senior brother. But who knew that as soon as the two of them reached a bridge, they saw the legendary little sect leader, who had been closely protected by Madame Peony after returning to the sect, standing on the shore and getting angry. The young man ripped the jade pendant off his body and threw it on the ground, yelling at the guards behind him, "I told you not to follow me. Don't you understand me? Don't follow me." The guards exchanged glances, looking troubled, but the madam ordered us to protect the young sect leader. The young sect leader remained expressionless. "This is the Joyful Union sect, and I am the soon-to-be sect leader. What danger could I possibly face in my own sect?" The guard hesitated, but madam said. The young sect leader erupted, roaring, "Are you going to listen to her or me?" The guards immediately fell silent. The young sect leader closed his eyes and said, "You may leave." The group exchanged glances, and ultimately left. Song Nansho also wanted to take the opportunity to leave, but after glancing at the young sect leader and tugging at Yoon Jifeng, he decided to stay. The guards quickly left, and the young sect leader turned and stood on the shore, his back view looking rather lonely. After thinking for a moment, Song Nansho went out with Yoon Jifeng. They didn't try to keep their footsteps quiet, and the young sect leader immediately turned his head. His eyes were still wet with tears. Upon seeing them, he quickly wiped away his tears, exclaiming in surprise, "You." Song Nansho remained expressionless. "We came up the mountain to find Jiang Yuan, and we were just about to come down." The young sect leader had no doubt whatsoever. "I see." Song Nansho glanced at the corner of his eye. "You cried?" The young sect leader fell silent, neither speaking nor denying. After a long pause, he suddenly slumped his shoulders and said in a low voice, "Miss Song, am I particularly useless?" Song Nansho asked in surprise, "What's wrong?" The junior sect leader whispered, "Today the sect opened the forbidden area to retrieve the seals of past sect leaders, but I don't even have the qualifications to enter the forbidden area. They said the forbidden area is dangerous." Song Nansho thought to herself that this was actually her fault, and couldn't help but feel guilty, so she comforted her, "You're still young." The young sect leader looked up at her and said, "You're only a year or two older than me, but I think you're really amazing." Song Nansho felt a pang of anxiety, thinking that he had seen through his hidden strengths. Then he glanced at Yoon Jifeng and said enviously, "You can even find a husband to marry into your family. You must be very capable." Song Nansho. Yoon Jifeng. Song Nansho remained expressionless. "That's right. He's a son-in-law who lives with his wife's family. He only follows me because I'm capable." Yoon Jifeng closed his eyes. The young sect leader looked at her with extreme envy. He said, "That's great. You've even managed to find a husband for yourself. I don't even have my own guards listening to me." Song Nansho looked at him and asked, "So are you upset that you can't enter the forbidden area? Or are you upset that your guards don't listen to you?" The young sect leader fell silent upon hearing this. After a long pause, he whispered, "I'm sad that I'm so weak." He looked up at them and said, "If I hadn't been so weak, my mother wouldn't be like this." Song Nansho's heart skipped a beat. "How so?" The young sect leader said calmly, "I feel like there's danger everywhere outside, that everyone wants to kill me, and everyone wants to harm me. It's as if staying at home and not going anywhere is the safest thing for me." He looked at them and said, "Do you know? Your senior brother, Jiang Ji, was originally transferred to my side. But my mother ordered the guards not to give me any sect food, but I wanted to eat it, and he indulged me. That very night, he was sent back to the sect leader's mansion." Only then did Song Nansho realize why his senior brother had been suddenly exiled. She couldn't help but feel that Madame Peony had really gone too far. Fearing death from lightning, he absorbs the luck of others. Fearing for his son's safety, he raises him like a caged bird. Is this paranoia? Or is there some unspeakable secret? At this moment, the young man in front of him said, "I'm sorry to your senior brother." Song Nansure casually said, "It's okay. He'll come back on his own anyway." Can long audience setbacks really be considered setbacks? They're just the prelude to a slap in the face. The young sect leader felt she was comforting him and sincerely said, "Thank you." Song Nansure was also very sincere. "You're welcome. I haven't thanked you yet." Thank you all for providing material for Long Aotian to be slapped in the face. The young sect leader only felt that she was a truly kind and good person. So he couldn't help but say, "Actually, Mother wasn't like this before. When Father was still alive, Mother was very gentle and kind, but ever since Father passed away, she's become like this." Song Nanshure's expression shifted slightly as he asked, "When did Mr. Shen meet Madam? I see that although Madam is very suspicious of those around her, she has never suspected Mr. Shen. They must have known each other for a long time, right?" The young sect leader reluctantly said, "They only met 6 months before my father died. At first, my mother was very cold to that assassin leader and even told me that people who raise assassins are not good people. Who knew that after my father passed away?" He paused abruptly, and seeing their expressions, immediately explained, "But Mother and that assassin leader really have nothing going on. These are just outsiders' wild speculations." Song Nansure reassured her, "I understand." Seeing that she couldn't get any more information from him, she thought for a moment, then went up and patted his shoulder, trying to comfort him. Who knew that Yoon Ji-fin would pull them apart as soon as they started taking pictures? Then Yoon Ji-fin took her place without changing his expression, patted her shoulder heavily twice, and said, "What you lack is not age, but strength. If you want to be a good sect leader, you should improve your strength." The young sect leader's eyes immediately welled up with tears. "Do you really think I can do it?" Yoon Ji-fin pulled Song Nansure back, who was still trying to comfort him, and said succinctly, "It's up to you to decide whether others think it's okay or not." The young sect leader immediately shouted, "I can." Yoon Ji-fin smiled. However, before he could finish laughing, the young sect leader, caught up in the moment, exclaimed, "Jiangji said, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Never underestimate a young man's potential." Yoon Ji-fin's smile froze. But Song Nansure clapped his hands and said, "Well said." Yoon Ji-fin grabbed Song Nansure and left. Song Nansure didn't forget to turn back to the rising young dragon prodigy and say, "Senior brother is right. Little sect master. Don't underestimate a young man's potential." The young sect leader's eyes were full of light. "Ha ha ha ha!" Song Nansure was still laughing even as he was being pulled down the mountain. Yoon Ji-fin sighed helplessly. "Is it really that funny?" "Song Nansure, senior brother teaches well." She immediately grabbed Yoon Ji-fin's hand. "Come on, let's go see our senior brother." The two soon arrived in town. Before they even reached the sect leader's residence, they saw their eldest brother in the restaurant. He was still wearing his guard uniform, standing at the door with his back to them, frowning. Song Nansure walked over to say hello. "Then I heard someone telling stories in the restaurant." Song Nansure stopped and listened for a moment, and for some reason felt that the story sounded familiar. The storyteller tells the tale of a male cultivator who falls for a gentle and kind female cultivator. The female cultivator is from the righteous path, while he comes from an evil sect, so he plots and schemes to forcibly take her away. There's also a heartwarming second male lead. Forced acquisition, male lead, second male lead. At this moment, the gentleman said, Dear readers, you may not know, but these stories are actually based on real events. Song Nansure began to sense that something was wrong. Then the man said, "This second male lead is unknown, but he is said to be from the Hahuan sect. He might be a disciple of the Hahuan sect, but I inquired and found that there is no such disciple in the Hahuan sect. He could also be a guard in the sect leader's mansion. I heard that he has 3 junior sisters, each of whom is as beautiful as a flower." The eldest brother, who was standing in front of the sect leader's guards, stiffly turned his head to look at his 3 beautiful junior sisters behind him, who were staring wide-eyed. The 2 students looked at each other in bewilderment. The man continued, "But the protagonist is interesting." The audience eagerly asked, "Who is it? Tell us quickly." The man, pleased with himself, deliberately lowered his voice. "Is he dead, the assassin leader?" Pop! Mr. Shen, who was sitting on the 3rd floor of the restaurant listening to the lively conversation, spat out a mouthful of wine and looked down in astonishment. Just then, the second male lead, who had heard the noise, turned around. Behind him is Song Nansure, the instigator. The surroundings were bustling with activity, making the 4 parties involved and those in the know seem increasingly out of place. Jiangji looked at the male lead, Mr. Shen, and Mr. Shen also looked at Jiangji, who had 3 junior sisters. Whether it was a special tacit understanding between a protagonist and a villain, or a telepathic connection between 2 people forced to become love rivals in the story, after looking at each other for a moment, they both turned to look at Song Nansure. "Song Nansure," she said dryly, "why are you looking at me? I didn't ask anyone to do this storytelling." No sooner had she finished speaking than the storyteller, in order to prove the truth of his words, mysteriously said, "This was said by one of the junior sisters of the Hahuan sect guards who robbed the assassin's daughter. It came from within the Hahuan sect. I inquired and found out that the Hahuan sect disciple who was beaten up by the Buddha's disciple some time ago was the one who revealed this information." Jiangji blinked slowly, looking at his junior sister with a blank expression. Song Nansure. Even the demolition team couldn't dismantle this quickly. Meeting her senior brother's gaze, she forced herself to say, "Senior brother, would you believe me if I told you this was just a misunderstanding?" Jiangji, do you think I believe that? Song Nansure, believe, right? The original URL is x63. Jiangji remained expressionless. Haha. Song Nansure laughed so hard his scalp tingled. What made her even more terrified was that upstairs was Mr. Shen, who had just been identified as a medicinal herb by them, and then she was forced to spread rumors to the person in charge. Mr. Shen chuckled softly and snapped his folding fan open with a snap in the cold weather. He transmitted his voice with a smile, a tragic laugh. Unrequited love. I don't remember ever having a lover I couldn't have. Song Nansure remained silent for a moment, then decided to play dumb. Anyway, as long as the senior brother doesn't admit that he is the male lead, then no one has any evidence to say that she made up the rumor. She blinked, her expression serious. Huh? You don't remember? Could it be that you lost your memory after being heartbroken? Mr. Shen's hand holding the fan trembled. He took a deep breath, put down his folding fan, raised a glass of wine to her from afar, and smiled. Would Miss Song be willing to come up and have a drink with me? Song Nansure hesitated, saying, "Let's not. Mr. Shen already has someone he loves. Even though he has amnesia, it's not very proper for a man to be in contact with women like this. Not adhering to male virtues." Mr. Shen's smile, which he had just put on, twisted in pain, and his hand trembled again, spilling the wine in his glass directly onto the heads of the people downstairs, who were enjoying the commotion. The man flew into a rage, looked up, and shouted, "Who splashed me with that?" Looking up, I saw Mr. Shen, the lovelorn man they were talking about, holding a cup of bitter wine, his expression a mixture of tears and something else entirely, which seemed to tell a story. The man gasped, and the commotion drew even more people's attention. Then everyone in the building saw Mr. Shen drowning his sorrows in alcohol, his face full of heartbreak. Everyone gasped in shock, their gazes turning intense as they looked at him. "Oh my God, there's an unexpected bonus." They initially thought they were just eating gossip of dubious veracity, but now that they see Mr. Shen right there, looking heartbroken, everyone suddenly realizes they've stumbled upon the real gossip. Mr. Shen immediately realized something was wrong, put down his wine glass and said, "You've misunderstood. Actually, I don't have any unrequited love." "Yes." Song Nansha interrupted him with a sorrowful expression. She looked at the crowd looking over and shook her head heavily, saying, "I just spoke a few words with Mr. Shen and found that he doesn't remember his beloved at all. He may have lost his memory because of heartbreak." Is this the legendary amnesia trope that's essential for male protagonists? The onlookers in the building became even more excited. They no longer cared that the person upstairs was the leader of the assassins and immediately surrounded him, completely blocking Mr. Shen's view. Someone else enthusiastically said, "I didn't expect Mr. Shen to be such a tragic figure. It's alright, he just has amnesia. This storyteller is telling us all first-hand information. Come on, storyteller, tell Mr. Shen the story again. If once isn't enough, then twice. He'll remember eventually if he hears it enough times." The storyteller was very excited as he recounted the subject's loves and hates to the subject's face for the first time. "Alright. I'll tell him about it 100 times today." Mr. Shen struggled in the crowd. "I'm not. Let me explain." When he finally managed to get out, his hair and clothes were all disheveled, but the entrance to the restaurant was empty. Song Nansha and his group were nowhere to be seen. His eyes were bloodshot. Then someone whispered behind him, "Look, his eyes are red. Did he remember something sad?" "Mr. Shen, are you guys crazy?" Meanwhile, Song Nansha had already dragged the two stunned men along for 2 blocks, patting his chest and saying, "Luckily I was quick-witted." The two fell silent as they recalled the scene that had just occurred to them. After a long silence, Jiangji finally said, "Junior sister, don't you have anything to explain?" Song Nansha knew he couldn't hide this from him. After a moment of silence, he patted his shoulder and said, "Senior brother, try to think more positively. At least right now, it's Mr. Shen who has lost his memory because of love. You're still the warm-hearted male lead." Jiangji. He actually felt a little happy. Seeing this, Song Nansha pressed on, "Besides, haven't you ever heard the saying?" Jiangji looked over. Song Nansha said solemnly, "Being misunderstood is Long Aotian's destiny." Jiangji suddenly knew who Long Aotian was referring to. He looked dazed for a moment, then suddenly realized it made a lot of sense. Yun Jifeng watched expressionlessly as Jiangji was completely fooled by his junior sister. To prevent him from realizing what was going on, he changed the subject. "Why didn't you stay at the sect leader's mansion? Why did you go to the restaurant?" Jiangji hesitated for a moment and remained silent. He went to the restaurant, actually for Mr. Shen's sake. A few days ago, Old Lu suddenly instructed him to take him to see Mr. Shen when he had time. Jiangji didn't know why Elder Lu cared so much about Mr. Shen, but judging from his behavior, Jiangji inexplicably felt that this matter was very important to Elder Lu. However, in the past few days, the entire sect leader's family has moved back to the Howan sect, and he was taken there as well, so he hasn't had a chance to go. He returned in high spirits after being demoted back to the clan leader's residence. Then they immediately inquired about the places Mr. Sheng frequented and took old Liu there. Who knew that he would inexplicably become the male lead competing with Mr. Sheng for his girlfriend? But he couldn't quite explain it, so he subconsciously glanced at the jade pendant at his waist. The jade pendant remained completely still. Seeing his actions, Song Nanshi's brow twitched, and she casually changed the subject, saying, "By the way, senior brother, we've discovered some rather interesting things these past few days." Jiangji breathed a sigh of relief and subconsciously asked, "What?" Song Nanshi said casually, "Oh, it's nothing, just. We discovered that Madame Peony was likely Master Shi's youngest disciple, and Mr. Sheng was probably a medicinal herb." Jiangji was stunned. Huh? He was only gone for a few days. What exactly happened? Song Nanshi smiled and didn't explain further, only saying, "So, senior brother, you have another mission." Jiangji, huh? Song Nanshi, you'd better get promoted and return to the Howan sect before the enthronement ceremony, so that if anything happens then, we can coordinate from the inside and outside. Jiangji, here we go again, huh? With just a few words from Song Nanshi, Jiangji was forced to start his Dragon Prize promotion story again, and he saw them off in a daze. He was balding and scratching his head, preparing to go back and work on his promotion plan to return to the Howan sect, when Old Man Liu, who hadn't appeared until now, suddenly popped up. Jiangji breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Mr. Liu, why didn't you come out just now? By the way, when you were in the restaurant, did you get a good look at Mr. Sheng's appearance?" Old Man Liu suddenly said, "Jiangji, I know who Mr. Sheng is." Jiangji didn't think anything of it and casually said, "Didn't Thu's junior sister just say that he might also be a medicinal herb? I wonder how junior sister and the others found out." "No." But Old Man Liu interrupted him. He asked, "Do you remember how I died?" Jiangji began to sense something was amiss, and pursed his lips. "You mentioned that you were stabbed in the back by your best friend 1,000 years ago and died." "Yes." Old Man Liu nodded. He said casually, "This Mr. Sheng looks about 5/10 like my dear friend." Jiangji was taken aback. His expression suddenly turned very ugly, and he strode to a secluded spot. His expression was cold and stern. "Are you sure?" Old Man Liu's expression was much better than his, and he even chuckled and said, "The first incarnation you met, Zhu Mingzi, I just found him annoying. The first ghost minister wore a mask, but I also felt a sense of familiarity with him. Until this Mr. Sheng, I will never forget his face even after 1,000 years." Jiangji's face was as cold as iron. After a long while, he said, "The person who killed you back then was the real Shengmi." Old Man Liu chuckled softly. Back then, his name was Sheng Jiming. When he uttered that name, he felt as if he had returned to 1,000 years ago, recalling the past that he had always avoided thinking about and was not particularly willing to recall. 1,000 years ago is too long ago, and he has been trapped in the jade pendant for too long, so he has forgotten many things. But he still remembers the cold and painful feeling when the dagger pierced his heart. The young man's voice chuckled softly in his ear. "I'm sorry, I don't want to kill you either, but I'm really curious whether I can avoid the laws of heaven and escape the consequences if I kill you." That dagger was a gift he gave to his close friend for self-defense. At that time, Old Man Liu never imagined that the person who had fought alongside him for life just a few days ago would kill him. Later, by a twist of fate, his soul was trapped in the jade pendant he always carried with him for 4,000 years, transforming him from a young man in his prime to an old man. The soul cannot grow old. But his heart had grown old. For 4,000 years, he kept wondering what Shen Jiming meant by those words, and why he wanted to kill him. The soul that thinks about it has grown old. Later, he stopped thinking about it and drifted off to sleep until Jiangji picked him up. He thought he had let it go, but at this moment, he felt as if he had found the reason why Shen Jiming had killed him. Shen Jiming is still alive. His real name is Shen Bingyi, and he is a member of the Shen family in Zhongzhou City. He planned to kill himself just before he cursed his entire family and then escaped the curse using his first external avatar. Realizing this, he suddenly understood what Shen Jiming meant by his last words. If I were to kill you, would I be able to escape the laws of heaven and avoid the consequences? Killing him was merely an experiment by Shen Jiming to escape the Shen family's curse using an external avatar. He found it somewhat amusing that the person he considered his best friend had only ever treated him as a dispensable guinea pig. That person was smiling until the very end. Old man Lu took a deep breath, raised his head as if to see something, but saw Jiangji expressionlessly draw the heavy sword from his storage ring, and coldly turned to walk towards the restaurant. Old man Lu immediately bristled and glared at him, shouting, "What do you want to do?" Jiangji said calmly, "When we accidentally signed the blood pact, I promised you that you would help me cultivate and I would help you take revenge." Old man Lu was stunned, clearly not expecting him to remember. Then he said, "What revenge? Even if you kill him now, he's just an incarnation. What good will it do except alert the enemy? Can't you learn from your junior sister?" Jiangji stopped. Old man Lu was satisfied. That's right. Jiangji turned and walked towards Wang Shirtan. Old man Lu was bewildered. "What are you doing?" "Jiangji, didn't you tell me to learn from my junior sister?" By this time, he had reached the entrance of Wang Shirtan and went straight to a manager. Old man Lu sensed something was amiss, and then he heard Jiangji say to the steward, "I have some big news about the dead leader. I'll sell it to you for 100 spirit stones." What news could possibly be related to the dead leader now? The manager perked up and immediately said, "I'll give you the deposit. You go first." Then old man Lu watched as Jiangji embellished the widely circulated tragic love story, even going so far as to make fun of himself by portraying himself as Mr. Shen's half-brother, which immediately made the plot more exciting. Old man Lu was dazed. "What is this?" "Jiangji, learn from my junior sister. Isn't this what my junior sister excels at?" Old man Lu, your understanding is truly insightful. He was feeling conflicted and was about to say something more when Jiangji said, "Elder Lu, just because I can't do anything now doesn't mean I can't do anything in the future. I will avenge you." Old man Lu remained silent for a moment, then suddenly felt that the dagger that had pierced his heart 1,000 years ago didn't seem so cold anymore. When Song Nanshe and his companion returned, they happened to run into a group of people welcoming Elder Zhou and Madame Peony, who had just emerged from the forbidden area. Seeing this, Song Nanshe quickly pulled Yung Jifeng aside, and the two of them hid behind the crowd before looking over. When Elder Zhou came out, he was beaming with pride, holding a magnificent box in his hands, looking quite spirited. But Lady Peony was different. Her face was stiff, and she couldn't even manage a smile. Even in front of a group of disciples and elders, she nervously twisted the hem of her clothes and kept looking around, appearing extremely tense. Upon seeing this, Song Nanshe couldn't help but frown. Judging from Elder Zhou's appearance, The test was successful, but why is Madame Peony so nervous? Song Nansure subconsciously wanted to get closer to take a look, but then he saw Madame Peony's gaze suddenly turn towards him. Yoon Ji-fan reacted quickly, pulling Song Nansure close and kissing her on the lips. From Madame Peony's perspective, it looked like two disciples of the Hehuan sect were secretly kissing behind someone's back. Song Nansure didn't turn around, but gritted his teeth and asked, Yoon Ji-fan, are you taking advantage of me? Yoon Ji-fan said in a whisper, you can take it back, I don't mind. Song Nansure subconsciously glanced down at his chest. But she still had some sense of shame and felt that it was inappropriate to do it in broad daylight. So he could only sigh regretfully and say, never mind, let's go, Feng-er, and go back to wait for Elder Zhou. The wind paused, silently watching him. After returning to their secluded dwelling, Elder Zhou arrived before nightfall. She was very excited and said as soon as she came in, I've tested everything thoroughly this time. Song Nansure handed over a cup of tea and immediately asked, what do you mean? Elder Zhou tilted his head back and drank it all in one gulp, then said smugly, when we entered the forbidden area together, I mentioned my disciple first, and she visibly became nervous. Then I took the opportunity to activate the restrictions in the forbidden area, but she didn't want to make a move even after activating the restrictions. She was really good at holding back, but since she could hold back, I also held back, pretending that I couldn't break the restrictions. Finally, when I saw an arrow about to pierce her chest, she finally made her move. Song Nansure couldn't help but sit up straight. What kind of cultivator is she? Elder Zhou glanced at her and said, she said something at the time. Can represents water. Song Nanshure's heart immediately calmed down. Lady Peony was also a fortune teller. They were right. At the same time, Zhu Mingzi and Gui Qing disguised themselves and sneaked into Haitang. They didn't dare linger. Once inside, they went straight to the branch of that MO where they were, hoping to seek refuge with their colleagues. In Haitang, you have to pass by Wangshitan to get to the building where you died. The two then saw a tabloid float out and land right in front of them. The large print in the tabloids was appalling. Shocking! Is the leader dead? Heartbroken and suffering from amnesia. His own brother steals her away. The two of them ate a meal. Zhu Mingzi looked at Gui Qing and calmly asked, is our colleague dead, Chief? Gui Qing replied expressionlessly, yes. Kesha seeds were horrified, love. Injury. He was deeply involved in a sadomasochistic relationship. Gui Qing took a deep breath. Fool, don't you think this is more like the work of one person than a tragic love story? Both of Song Nanshure's victims shuddered simultaneously. They exchanged a glance, and Zhu Mingzi, without saying a word, took out a piece of paper from his storage ring and began to write. Gui Qing glanced at it. There were several large characters on the paper. Song Nansure Victims Alliance. He said, when we get there, this will be my gift to him. Gui Qing remained silent for a long time before saying, he hasn't contacted us, so he probably doesn't know who Song Nansure is. Kesha Seed smiled, it's all right. I believe he will be able to use it soon. Gui Qing remained silent for a long time, and surprisingly, he felt that what Zhu Mingzi said made some sense. Zhu Mingzi didn't care what this idiot thought. He made a spell to dry the ink, then, carrying the gift, began to inquire about his colleague's residence. Gui Qing cursed him as an idiot behind his back and followed with a cold face. In Haitang today, it's incredibly easy to find out if the leader is dead. The two carefully selected someone to ask, but before they could finish their question, the person excitedly exclaimed, you're also going to see young Master Shen, right? I was just about to. Come, come. Follow me. Upon hearing this, the two medicinal herbs exchanged a bewildered glance. What's going on? Do they think anyone in Hightown knows where their colleague is? How can a leader of assassins be so blatant? The two men sensed something was wrong and simultaneously looked down at the newspaper on the ground. Then Zhu Mingzi suddenly asked, how many people actually saw this tabloid? Gu Qing's expression became somewhat complicated. They exchanged a glance and silently followed the enthusiastic passerby. Along the way, they watched as he constantly called out to his friends, all of whom wanted to see the famous Mr. Shen. The two felt a mix of emotions, a bit heavy, and inexplicably gloating. Then they were taken to the largest restaurant in Hightown. Outside the restaurant, gongs and drums resounded, and crowds thronged the area. Passers-by looked on, with regret and shook their heads, saying, "It looks like we can't squeeze in. We're too late." Gu Qing was silent for a moment, then asked, "Is Mr. Shen here? Isn't he the leader of the assassins? Then why are you all crammed here?" A passerby blurted out, "Of course, it's for the fun of watching." The passerby coughed and said seriously, "What I mean is, it's the first time everyone has heard that the assassin leader is also a lovelorn man who lost his memory for love. It's only natural to be a little curious." Looking at the excited faces of the crowd outside, and then at the restaurant packed to the brim, Gu Qing felt a strange sense of familiarity and empathy. This feeling, this spectacle, it's all so familiar. Before he could fully process his complex feelings, he heard Zhu Mingzi chuckle sinisterly twice. "Ha ha." He said quietly, "It's your turn. Ghost Minister." That sounds so familiar. It felt as if he had just heard about it and experienced it not long ago. Passers-by overheard their conversation and turned around curiously, asking, "What? Aren't you here to watch the show? Do you know that assassin leader?" As soon as he finished speaking, a commotion broke out in the building. Several people turned around and saw Mr. Shen, who was usually very elegant, with disheveled hair, squeezing out. As soon as he came out, he looked at the two medicinal herbs with the faint sense of connection between the two incarnations. A look of joy crossed his face, and he opened his mouth to call for help. Passers-by also looked at them with burning eyes. The two medicinal herbs felt a chill run down their spines. Without hesitation, they turned around simultaneously and said, "We don't know him." Having said that, he left this place of trouble without hesitation. "Mr. Shen, a fellow plastics enthusiast?" The two medicinal herbs ran without hesitation, and when they stopped, they looked at each other and breathed a sigh of relief. Then Zhu Mingzi took out his calligraphy piece, Song Nanshore Victims Alliance, without hesitation and said to Gu Qing, "Give me some spirit stones. I think this calligraphy piece will be useful soon, so I need to frame it and give it to him." At this point, Gu Qing could easily understand that their colleague had also been bullied by Song Nanshore. He felt both schadenfreude and annoyance, so he said coldly, "Don't you have any money? Do you have to ask me for it?" Zhu Mingzi sneered, "Where did my Kanwu set go? You think you don't know?" Gu Qing was also furious. "Is my city lord's mansion perfectly fine?" The two men glared at each other. Then they both looked away, and Zhu Mingzi rolled up the paper and said, "Forget it. At least the assassin leader is still alive, even if he's dead." Gu Qing's voice was low and eerie. The door might not be there after a while. So when Mr. Shen finally managed to escape the crowd and find his way back by following the special traces left by the two men, he saw his colleagues, whom he had only met a few times since birth, looking at the sky and the ground respectively, both with very melancholy expressions. He wanted to ask them about what had just happened, but then he held back, thinking of the important matter at hand, and said coldly, "How did you find this place?" "When we left our original body, we agreed that from now on we would not interfere with each other." Cassius Seed looked over and called out softly, "Rhubarb." Mr. Shen stumbled, and said angrily, "I told you, you're not allowed to call me Big Yellow." Cassius Seed, "Ha ha." Mr. Shen took a deep breath and realized that they were indeed there to cause trouble. Their original bodies differentiated them one after another, within a span of no more than 20 years. They were all close in age. The two in front of me were created one after the other, and they were holding signs that read Shadow 2 and Shadow 3, both named after medicinal herbs. Cassius Seed and Ghost Minister. So when it was his turn, he naturally had to use the name of medicinal herbs. Then the original body looked through medical books and named himself the Huang. Rhubarb is a good medicine for detoxification and hemostasis. Although he inherited the memories of the original body after he was newly separated, he lacked the corresponding experience, so he thought it was a good name. He was released by the original body, took the name, and left happily, introducing himself as Da Huang to everyone along the way. He walked until he reached a village, when he suddenly heard someone call out Big Yellow. He instinctively turned around and saw a big yellow dog wagging its tail at a farmer. From then on, he adopted the homonym Shen from his original surname Shen and called himself Mr. Shen. Then he'll get angry with anyone who mentions the name Da Huang again. These two colleagues couldn't possibly be unaware of his taboos, so he concluded that they were stirring up trouble. Seeing that Mr. Shen's face had turned cold and he was about to turn and leave, Gui Qing quickly stepped in to smooth things over. "We've come here on important business." Mr. Shen said expressionlessly, "Speak." Gui Qing paused for a moment, then said, "We have failed." Mr. Shen sneered, "I naturally know about the big commotion caused by the Kanwu sect and Zhongzhou City, but we agreed that after we got out, we would each rely on our own abilities." "What? You come to me after you fail?" Hearing him say that, Zhu Mingzi wasn't very angry anymore. She just looked at him with pity and asked, "Is Song Nansure with you?" Mr. Shen's expression shifted. "Her?" Upon seeing this, Zhu Mingzi said, "The destiny chart is in her hands." Mr. Shen seemed to understand. "I see, no wonder." From the moment he met Song Nan and his group, he felt that something was off about them. His feeling was right. He gave a cold laugh, turned around and left. After taking 2 steps, he seemed to remember something and turned back to warn, "This is my territory, you'd better not interfere." But the two of them said nothing, only looked at him with pity. Mr. Shen was completely baffled. Then Gu Qing spoke up, "Da Huang." Just as Mr. Shen was about to get angry, he heard him say, "We're just giving you a friendly reminder. Be careful of Song Nansure." Mr. Shen sneered upon hearing this. "You lost to her because you were stupid. I am not a bunch of stupid people like you." The two men weren't angry when they heard this. Instead, they looked at him with even more pity. These are such familiar words, such familiar confidence. It's so familiar it's touching. Mr. Shen was puzzled by their stares and turned to leave. He was convinced that they were deliberately provoking him because he had lost. When the original body released them, they each inherited memories from different time periods, but they all had only one common goal: to obtain the destiny plate. Zhu Mingzi chose to focus on the secret realms that would appear in the destiny chart, and created the Kanwu sect, a worthless sect. Gui Qing chose Zhongzhou City, a place with deep ties to his original self and where that person left behind a legacy. and he chose to cut off the source of the problem. He felt they were thinking too superficially, so their failure was to be expected. But he's different. Sure enough, he got his wish. With a great sense of superiority, Mr. Sheng confidently walked back to his dead building, ready to make a big splash. No sooner had he gone inside than his steward came running out with a grim expression. He frowned. "What's wrong?" The steward immediately apologized, saying, "Master, the person in charge of finances made a mistake." Mr. Sheng frowned. "What's the problem?" The manager was in a dilemma. He was cheated out of his money. Mr. Sheng asked coldly, "How much were you scammed out of?" The person in charge simply pointed to a number. Mr. Sheng was furious. Is he just a nobody? How could he be fooled like that? How did that person even manage to scam him? After a long silence, the steward said, "That person got his communication talisman and said that he was the white moonlight that Master Sheng loved but could not have. She has now figured it out and wants to return to your side, but she needs 100,000 spirit stones for travel expenses. As long as you give her 100,000 spirit stones, she will promote him to the position of Tower Master after she becomes the leader's wife." Mr. Shen. He flew into a rage. "Idiot! Idiot! I don't have any unrequited love. I don't have any, you hear me?" At this moment, Song Nanshe was completely unaware of Mr. Shen's breach of defense. She and the others stayed up all night searching through the list of private properties under the old sect leader's name that Jiang Yuan had found a few days ago. They had searched the place before, but since they weren't from the Hehuan sect, they only knew that the place where Master Shi buried his disciple was Madame Peony's property. But with Elder Zhou around, things were different. She knew everything about the businesses related to the Hehuan sect. After only a quick glance, she shook her head and said, "Your idea of finding a place under Madame Peony's name where you can hide people is correct, but your method is wrong." She pointed to the booklet and said, "Even the old sect leader's private property is mostly property registered under his name by the Hehuan sect. After the old sect leader died, these private properties were all inventoried one by one, and the related businesses were all run by people from the Hehuan sect. The related real estate was also guarded by people from the Hehuan sect. It would be impossible for them to hide a few living people without alerting the Hehuan sect. Moreover, you know that Madame Peony is so afraid that she doesn't even leave the mansion these days." Zhu Xiu looked worried upon hearing this. Where would they hide them? Elder Shou pondered, and Song Nanshe also stroked his chin in deep thought. Then she suddenly asked, "Elder Shou, among the magical artifacts and other items that the old sect master left for Madame Peony, are there any that can allow people to be teleported to a fixed location or that can hide people?" Elder Zhou was in a difficult position. "I know a little about private property, but how can I inquire about the private property of a couple, such as magic artifacts? And teleportation artifacts are one thing, but artifacts that can hide people, those must be spatial portal artifacts, and spatial portal artifacts are not so easy to make. Wait." She suddenly thought of something and paused. Upon seeing this, Song Nanshe couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong? What came to your mind?" Elder Zhou pondered for a moment. "I remember that more than 100 years ago, the old sect leader did obtain a spatial gate artifact, which he made into a ring and wore on his hand almost all the time. But later the ring disappeared. At first I was a little confused, but later I got used to it and gradually forgot. I wouldn't have remembered it if you hadn't mentioned it." Song Nanshe immediately said, "That's it. Quickly think about when it disappeared." She hadn't paid attention to it before, but now, after thinking about it, she said thoughtfully, "It seems to have happened after he and Madame Peony became duelist partners. The group exchanged glances and said in unison, "He gave it to Madame Peony." Song Nansure immediately breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Since it's difficult to hide private property, then a magic artifact like this, which is easy to conceal and carry, is fine." Song Nansure felt that finding Old Man Lu was within reach, and immediately said, "Let's find an opportunity to sneak into their residence and search for something." Yoon Ji-fan reached out and stopped her from getting too excited. He looked at Elder Zhou calmly and said, "We need to trouble Elder Zhou to distract the guards for us. The guards of the Hehuan sect are not so easy to hide from." Elder Zhou thought for a moment and said, "Then we'll go out the day after tomorrow. The day after tomorrow, my disciples from the mountain will patrol the area where Madame Peony and the others live. I'll find an excuse to hold them back, but Madame Peony has brought quite a few of her own guards, so you still need to be careful." Song Nansure, however, was very confident. She said, "It's all right, it's only 2 days. By then, our senior brother will be back after his promotion, and we can coordinate an attack from the inside and outside." Elder Zhou asked in confusion, "Wasn't your senior brother just demoted?" Song Nansure was quite confident. As long as he wants a promotion, he'll be promoted very quickly. Elder Zhou. She didn't quite believe it, but said, "Whatever makes you happy." Song Nansure was naturally happy. After Elder Zhou left, she immediately tore off the communication talisman for her senior brother and said earnestly, "Senior brother, you only have 2 days left. You must try your best to rise and strive to return to the Hehuan sect." "Senior brother, so it's starting again?" He calmly asked, "How high do I want to rise?" Song Nansure, "The higher the better." The eldest disciple calmly replied, "All right." Upon hearing the word "okay," Song Nansure felt it was a good idea. She finally breathed a sigh of relief, feeling that she was only 1 step away from stealing old Master Shi away. Overjoyed, she excitedly climbed up to Yoon Ji-fan's window that very night, wanting to share with him the fine wine she had stolen from Master Shi but hadn't been able to drink yet. At that moment, Yoon Ji-fan had just finished taking a bath and was walking out of the inner room shirtless. One climbed out of the window without any restraint, while the other was completely unsuspecting inside his own room. Then, Song Nansure was caught off guard and saw a tall, slender, and firm body that was neither too thin nor too strong. The two of them were stunned for a moment. Song Nanshure's gaze involuntarily traveled from the person in front of him's full chest down to his firm abdomen, and that was it. Song Nansure glanced at it a couple more times without making a sound, uttered a couple of perfunctory Amitabha Buddhas, and then turned his back. To everyone's surprise, Yoon Ji-fan only paused for a moment before recovering. He casually took a few steps forward, pulled off his undergarment from the screen, and said calmly, "Why are you climbing through the window?" As he got closer, the door became clearer, and Song Nansure didn't have time to look away. Moreover, he acted too naturally, as if it were perfectly normal for someone to see him, making her turn her back to him seem like she was doing something wrong. "Oh well, it'll be mine sooner or later anyway, so there's no harm in taking a look." Song Nansure easily convinced himself and sat down by the window to continue watching. At this moment, Yoon Ji-fan had already turned his back and put on his clothes at a leisurely pace, revealing the smooth lines of his back. Song Nansure casually said, "I brought you some good wine, let's celebrate." Yoon Ji-fan had already tied his belt, and when he turned around, he was completely covered up. Song Nansure couldn't help but feel a little regretful. He said, "Nonsense, don't you know how much you can drink?" Song Nansure asked disappointedly, "So you're not going to drink?" Yoon Ji-fan reached out his hand to her, calm down. Song Nansure took his hand, but was pulled down by him. Then he pressed her down into the chair. He stood behind her, his large hands gently massaging her temples, and said softly, "Why are you drinking? You've been too stressed these past few days. Take a rest." The massage was applied with just the right amount of pressure, and she squinted her eyes in comfort. Yoon Ji-fan couldn't help but chuckle when he saw her squinting like a cat. At this moment, he felt a sense of peace. He felt that all the resentment he had felt in the presence of her calmed him down. He thought, this must be what mutual affection is. It just so happened that he was thinking of her tonight, and then she came. "So," the love-struck Yoon Ji-fan asked softly, "what are you thinking about?" Comfortably drowsy, Song Nansure spoke, "I was thinking about Mr. Shen." Yoon Ji-fan. His hand suddenly stopped, and his heart sank. Song Nansure didn't notice anything amiss and said, "Don't you feel that even though I'm destined to lose money, it seems like I always make money after encountering those medicinal herbs? Thinking about it carefully, it seems to be the case both times. Instead, it was them who lost money. Do you think this is the legendary law of conservation of wealth? They lose money while I don't. We must have a special connection. Oh my." Song Nansure opened his eyes and reached out to cover his forehead. Yoon Ji-fan withdrew his hand expressionlessly. "Do you still want to press it?" Song Nansure timidly withdrew his hand, shaking his head inwardly. Man's jealousy is truly terrifying. Meanwhile, Jiang-ji is working hard to get promoted. Since Song Nansure said he could be promoted as high as he could only do his best. That very night, under the guise of a friendly spar, he challenged all the guards in his courtyard. He defeated them so thoroughly that they were completely convinced of his superiority. Their squad leader even knelt before him, admitting that he was unworthy and bestowing upon him the title of squad leader. The next day, he challenged all the guards in the name of the chief guard. The guards who were on duty bowed down to him as soon as they saw him. The following afternoon, he stood before the head guard of the sect leader's mansion. On the third day, Song Nansure received a communication talisman from his senior brother. Song Nansure was very excited and asked, "Senior brother, you've returned to the Hwan sect?" Behind Jiang-ji were the bodyguards and underlings he had subdued along the way, all dressed in the uniform of a head bodyguard. He asked, bewildered, "Junior sister, how high do you mean by the higher the better?" Song Nansure, "I'll try my best, and see how high you can get promoted." Jiang-ji then said, "I think I've reached the limit of my promotion." Song Nansure thought he hadn't had a good time, so she comforted him, "Senior brother, just do your best." Then she heard her senior brother say, "I'm now the chief guard of the junior sect leader. I can't get promoted anymore. If I want to rise any higher, I'll have to get rid of the junior sect leader and try to get the position of sect leader of the Hwan sect." Song Nansure. A bit of cold sweat dripped down Song Nansure's forehead as he quickly stopped Long Aotian from trying to kill the young sect leader and climb the ranks. Jiang-ji was still a little uneasy and asked to confirm, "Is this enough? Are you sure I don't need to climb any higher?" Song Nansure, "That's enough, really enough. Big brother, we just wanted you to distract one of the guards." Senior brother Long Aotian turned around and glanced at his subordinates, who were now subdued by him not far behind. Then he said tactfully, "Actually, I think I can do more." Song Nansure, "For example?" Jiang-ji, "For example, if I had 2 more days, I could have persuaded them to join me in an uprising, destroy the main hall of the Hwan sect, and capture the young sect leader and his family." Song Nansure, "It's not that bad. It really isn't that bad." Jiangji was filled with regret and tore up the communication talisman with lingering resentment. Song Nansha. She put down the communication token with a heavy heart. This process of rising from the bottom to fight against all odds, rebelling and subduing subordinates, is it possible that the overpowered protagonists in cultivation novels also use they are kings and nobles born with a special destiny? Trope. With a complicated expression, she went to find the others, only to find her other two fellow disciples. One was chuckling while holding his rabbit, and the other was engrossed in reading a story based on his senior brother that had come from down the mountain. Looking at her two fellow disciples, and then thinking of her senior brother, who had made a remarkable comeback after leaving them, Song Nansha suddenly wondered if their birth charts were truly incompatible. Otherwise, why do they all seem to have protagonist auras when they're singled out, but when they're all together, they all seem a bit dim-witted? Just then, Yoon Ji-fin, who was clearly dressed up, walked out in a dark black Taoist robe that was understated yet luxurious, and circled around Song Nansha twice without making a sound. Oh, and there's also Yoon Ji-fin, who went from a cold-blooded demon to a love-obsessed man. Song Nansha took a deep breath and raised his voice. Senior brother has been promoted successfully, so our plan for tonight will proceed as scheduled. Everyone immediately looked over. Zhu Xiu casually asked, "What level has senior brother advanced to now?" Song Nansha paused for a moment. He became the head of the guards. Zhu Xiu's first reaction was, "Do you think it's feasible to just have the senior brother kidnap the young sect leader and Madame Penny back?" Upon hearing this, Yu Jiaojiao's eyes lit up, and she nodded in agreement. Song Nansha. The case is solved. It turns out this is the idea passed down from generation to generation by the main characters. She, as a cannon fodder extra, is not worthy of it. Song Nansha said expressionlessly, "No, old Master Shi is still in their hands. What if they kill him if we don't find the ring?" Zhu Xiu and Yu Jiaojiao looked very disappointed. But Song Nansha stroked his chin and said, "However, now that our eldest brother has become the head of the guards, he can do many things openly. So, let him use his position to find out what magical artifacts Madame Peony has around her. If he finds them, all will be well. If he can't find them, we can sneak in and think of a way." After thinking about it, the group decided it was feasible and nodded. Then they called Elder Zhou over. Elder Zhou arrived quickly, but he was furious when he did. Upon seeing this, Song Nansha couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong with Elder Zhou?" Elder Zhou sneered, "He's off beating his disciple." The group exchanged glances, none of them daring to speak. Elder Zhou had no one to confide in, and when he saw, they then launched into a long, drawn-out explanation. She said, "If you can really find those people arrested by Madame Peony, then I will definitely expose Madame Peony's true colors in front of the Hehuan sect, and let everyone see what good deeds she has done. I thought that since my disciple was willing to talk, he must know he was wrong. Who knew that when I asked him to be a witness today, he only said that he was heartbroken and did not want to pursue the matter. Did not want to pursue the matter. Did you ask me for my opinion before you did not want to pursue the matter?" She closed her eyes briefly. How did I end up with such a disciple? That being said, if she really didn't want to take care of this apprentice anymore, she wouldn't have gone to such lengths to cooperate with them. Song Nansha pondered for a moment, then said, "If it were just rescuing those who were captured, that would be fine. But if Elder Zhou wants Madame Peony to be convicted on the spot, this alone might not be enough. Jiang Yuan's fellow disciples and Master Shi have only been arrested, but according to my divination, they are not in any immediate danger. If they are rescued and then come forward to identify Madame Peony, she can easily deny it. And although your disciple is of sound mind, he is unwilling to come forward. Elder Joe's eyes darted around upon hearing this, and he suddenly asked, "What if you find the ring and then don't rescue her for the time being? What if I take the others and catch her red-handed? She won't be able to do anything about it then, will she?" Song Nansho refused outright. "No, for us, the most important thing is to save people. If they are still in her hands, I'm afraid you'll push her too far and she'll resort to desperate measures." After all, no one knew how Lady Peony could control that spatial artifact. For Song Nansho, Master Shi's safety was the most important thing. As long as he is rescued safely, she can put everything else aside for the time being. Only she won't really let them off the hook now that she's messed with Master Shi. Song Nansho seemed to be deep in thought, and a vague idea began to take shape in his mind. Elder Zhou felt that she was truly only interested in saving lives. Although he knew they would definitely not agree to his suggestion, he still couldn't help but feel regretful and sighed. "All right, I was just saying. We can't really delay someone's life." Song Nansho nodded. "Thank you for your understanding, Elder." Elder Zhou waved his hand and asked, "Then what do you want from me?" Song Nansho then talked about the current progress of the senior brother. Before he could finish speaking, Elder Zhou's eyes widened and he blurted out, "Then why don't you have your senior brother just tie him up and bring him back?" Song Nansho. 1, 2, 3 people all think this way, so is there really something wrong with her own thought process? Song Nansho took a deep breath and looked at her expressionlessly. Elder Zhou realized what he had done and scratched his head. "Oh, I forgot. Your most important task is to save people." She asked in confusion, "Then why did you call me?" "I've already made arrangements to stall the disciples patrolling the mountain today." Song Nansho said, "I would like the elder to draw a picture of the ring. I'll have my senior brother look for it first. Do you remember what the ring looks like?" Elder Zhou thought about it carefully for a moment, and then said confidently, "After all, this is the first spatial magic artifact I have ever seen. I remember it quite clearly. Wait a moment, and I will draw it for you." As she spoke, she took the paper and pen that Yun Jifeng handed her and began to draw with great confidence. Song Nansho's expression turned serious, and he watched intently. Then she saw Elder Zhou first draw a larger circle on the paper, and then draw a slightly smaller circle. The two circles overlapped, and Elder Zhou stood up and said, "It's finished. This is the ring." During the Southern Song Dynasty, she stared silently at the two circles on it, and with her imagination, she could barely make out that the larger circle was the ring itself, and the smaller circle was probably the gemstone on the ring. She remained silent for a long time before sincerely saying, "The drawing is good, but don't draw any more." Elder Zhou stared at it for a moment, then, perhaps realizing his own drawing was rather abstract, added, "I can explain it to you. Look, this ring is made of jade, the gemstone on it is yellow, and there's a relief carving around it depicting a dragon. And there's more around that." She remembered it very clearly and explained the two circles in great detail. Song Nansho then asked Yun Jifeng, "Didn't you say you're good at painting? Could you draw the ring according to her description?" Can Yun Jifeng do it? Yun Jifeng has to be able to do it, even if he can't. He silently took the pen and began to draw according to Elder Zhou's imaginative description. After fussing around for almost half an hour, Elder Zhou looked at the ring in the portrait and finally clapped his hands, saying, "That's it. The ring I saw back then is this one." Song Nansho breathed a sigh of relief. After politely seeing Elder Zhou off, he immediately took the opportunity to meet with his senior brother and asked him to investigate the place where they kept their magical artifacts before sunset that day to see if he could find the ring. Song Nansher, I also brought a portrait, a high-resolution one. As she spoke, she pulled out the high-definition portrait drawn by Elder Zhou. Jiangji subconsciously reached out and took it, then looked down and saw the two lifelike circles on the portrait. Jiangji's smile slowly faded, and after a moment of silence, he commented, "Not bad, quite round." Song Nansher picked out, slapped his forehead, and said, "I took the wrong one, this is the right one." She pulled out another piece of paper and handed it to him. The ring on the paper is incredibly lifelike. Jiangji breathed a sigh of relief and said, "With this, there's no problem. I'll look for it carefully." Song Nansher nodded, but he didn't hold out much hope. Jiang Yuan and Elder Zhou both said that Madame Peony rarely takes action. Song Nansher guessed that perhaps for some reason, she rarely used the methods of a diviner after leaving Master Shi. Their ability to protect themselves will definitely be weaker. Since the old sect leader gave her that ring back then, he probably knew about this situation and sent her a precious spatial artifact to protect herself. Spatial artifacts are very peculiar. Once a person is put inside, as long as that person cannot get out, it's a bloodless victory. There's no need for fighting or battle. If danger arises, Madame Peony can simply put the person inside and hand them over to the old sect leader for disposal. Such a thing. Lady Peony must have been with her at all times, not to mention there are 3 living people locked up inside now. Given her suspicious nature, keeping something hidden in her heart is not as reassuring as carrying it on her person. But Lady Peony didn't have the habit of wearing rings, so she probably kept them in some other inconspicuous place on her body. Even if Jiangji is the head of the guards and no matter how hard he tries to find the place where they keep their magical artifacts, if the artifacts are really carried by Madame Peony close to her body, then there's nothing he can do. If it were just the young sect leader, it would be one thing, but since she is Lady Peony, how could a mere guard like him possibly get close to her? Unless her senior brother volunteers to be her lover for the mission. The thought of this possibility sent a chill down Song Nansher's spine. Forget it, I'll just go back and wait. So they waited from noon until evening, and finally received news from their senior brother. As Song Nansher expected, he indeed did not find the ring. Seeing that night had fallen, Song Nansher made a quick decision and said, "Notify Elder Zhou to lure the people away. If senior brother didn't find it, it's most likely on Madame Shuo. I'll go to her bedroom tonight to investigate." Upon hearing this, Yung Jifeng instinctively tried to follow him out. Then Song Nansher glared at him. Yung Jifeng was puzzled when Song Nansher asked expressionlessly, "What are you going to do in that female cultivator's bedroom?" Yung Jifeng. It was only then that he realized he might not be quite right for the job. Seeing this, Zhu Xiu said, "Then I'll go with my junior sister." Song Nansher waved his hand and said, "No, after all, it is in the Ho-Huan sect. We need to explore the bedroom of a living person sleeping. It is best to keep the noise down. It is more appropriate for me to go by myself." Yung Jifeng thought for a moment and then said, "Then Jiangji and I will meet you outside, and the rest of you can wait here." And so it was decided that Song Nan would sneak into the boudoir of the sect leader's wife at night. Song Nansher and Yung Jifeng then went to the small courtyard where the young sect leader and his family lived alone. The disciples patrolling the mountain had already been sent away by Elder Zhou, and the guards were also under the control of the eldest brother. They even met with the eldest brother outside. Everything was perfect. Then the eldest brother told them, "But the young sect leader and Madame Peony are still awake. You've come a bit early. Song Nansher. She asked, what time is it now? Yoon Ji-fin glanced at the sky. Around 5:15 p.m. That's around 6 o'clock. Okay, they did arrive early. It's just that it gets dark early in winter. Song Nansher took a deep breath and said, wait. The three of them then squatted down in the cold winter wind and waited. A gentle breeze was blowing. Song Nansher watched the moon move little by little, not knowing how long he had been waiting. He felt that even though he was immune to heat and cold, he was almost frozen to the bone by the cold wind. She asked in a daze, what time is it now? Yoon Ji-fin's voice was somewhat heavy, 2:15 hour. It's almost 8 o'clock. Song Nansher asked absent-mindedly, senior brother, have you checked if they're asleep? The eldest brother went out once, and returned a moment later, saying heavily, no. Song Nansher gritted his teeth, keep waiting. After an unknown amount of time, just as Song Nansher opened his mouth, Yoon Ji-fin said, it's 3:15 hour. It's almost 10 o'clock. In the cultivation world where everyone goes to bed early and gets up early, if you're still not asleep by 9 p.m., you're definitely the champion of staying up all night. Song Nansher, this transmigrator, hasn't been cultivating immortality much at night since he actually started. Now he can only force himself to stay awake and compete with the champion of staying up all night to see who can stay up the longest. Finally, around 11 o'clock, the eldest brother went again and exclaimed joyfully, they're asleep. They're asleep. Song Nansher's spirits lifted. If this drags on any longer, she's really afraid that Elder Zhou won't be able to hold out. However, they still dared not go in now. After confirming with Elder Zhou that she could hold out, they waited patiently for more than an hour. Finally, after midnight, Song Nansher couldn't wait to have his senior brother move the guards aside, and he made a smooth night intrusion into the sect leader's wife's boudoir. This wasn't the first time Song Nansher had broken into someone's bedroom. He was very skilled at it. He quietly opened the window, concealed all his presence, and silently climbed in. Upon landing, she glanced up and immediately realized that the sect leader's wife's bedroom was quite large. The bedroom was divided into 2 rooms, an inner and an outer one, but they were different from the inner and outer rooms that Song Nansher was familiar with. The outer room contained a dressing table and a screen, while the even breathing sounds could be heard from the inner room. Song Nansher glanced at the dressing table and then at the clothes hanging on the screen, and decided to start there. However, she couldn't find anything similar to the ring. Song Nansher pondered. Could it be that Lady Peony never took off that ring, not even when she slept? She paused for a moment, then quietly went into the inner room. The bed was placed at the innermost part of the room, with the bed curtains hanging slightly down, through which a figure could be vaguely seen. This time, Song Nansher didn't waste any time and went straight to the bed. Gently lifting the bed curtains, Lady Peony's sleeping face appeared before her. Without the makeup she wore during the day, she even looked a little younger. Song Nansher didn't look at her for long. He held his breath and touched her pillow. It seemed that she really felt insecure. Song Nansher pulled his hand back, saw that she was still asleep, and continued searching. Her exposed hand was not wearing a ring, and her body below the neck was completely covered by the blanket. Song Nansher was wondering how not to wake her up and lift the blanket when his gaze shifted and he saw that Madame Peony's chest rose and fell with her breath, and he could vaguely see a thin rope hanging around her neck and hidden inside her collar. Song Nansher paused for a moment, then immediately adjusted his position. After confirming that she was still fast asleep, he quietly reached out a hand and pinched the blanket in front of her chest. At that moment, Song Nansure inexplicably felt like that pervert who picked flowers. She took a deep breath and gently pulled back the corner of the blanket and clothes. Her eyesight was excellent. In that instant, she almost immediately saw a faint yellow gemstone glowing beneath the blanket. Inside her slightly open collar, the very gemstone from the ring that Elder Joe had described to them. Song Nansure's heart suddenly raced, and without hesitation, he reached out to take the ring out. Meanwhile, Lady Peony, who had been sleeping soundly, began to twitch her eyelids violently, and was about to open her eyes. A slightly shrill bird call could be heard from outside. This was an agreement she made with Yoon Ji-fan, to be notified in case things changed. Beset by internal and external troubles, the ring was only a step away from her. Song Nansure could easily pull it off with a simple reach. But in an instant, Song Nansure gritted his teeth, withdrew his hand, and quickly and silently walked out of the inner room, leaped out of the window, and made a hand seal to close the window. She was too late. The opportunity had already passed. She didn't know if Lady Peony had placed any restrictions on the ring, nor did she know if she had any means to kill the person inside the ring after waking up. She could take a gamble and bet that once she got the ring, she could take it with her even if Lady Peony woke up. But she couldn't afford to gamble. Song Nansure looked a little unwell, but he didn't stop walking. He took a deep breath and turned to leave. Then, at the gate of the courtyard, they saw the dumbfounded young sect leader. Song Nansure. That's incredible. The two stared at each other for a moment, and then the ultimate champion of staying up all night seemed to finally react. He pointed a trembling finger at Song Nan and opened his mouth to speak. Fearing he might make a sound, Song Nansure preemptively transmitted his voice, saying, "If I said I was in love with Lady Peony and climbed through the window to offer myself to her, would you believe me?" This sentence is obviously. It's no use. The young sect leader suddenly opened his eyes wide and was about to shout. At that moment, Yoon Ji-fan suddenly appeared behind the young sect leader and knocked him unconscious with a single palm strike. Song Nansure breathed a sigh of relief and walked over without saying a word. Seeing this, Yoon Ji-fan picked up the little sect leader and left the courtyard first. Once outside the courtyard, you'll run into the eldest brother who's on guard duty, and then it's much easier to talk to him. Then the three of them looked at the unconscious young sect leader with worry. The group exchanged glances. So, when the young sect leader was in a daze, half awake, half asleep, he heard a familiar voice say in a deep voice, "So, it seems we still have to kidnap the young sect leader. Junior sect master. Are robbers really this brazen these days?" He's still awake, so I said it to his face. Another voice said, "If all else fails, let's just go all the way." Young sect master. He felt he would have been better off fainting. The young sect leader was still in a daze, but he was abruptly awakened by those words. But he was so frightened that he didn't dare to move. He just kept his eyes tightly shut, his whole body stiff. He felt as if he were being carried away by someone, and his heart sank. If all else fails, we'll just go all the way. Who else could be going to go all the way? In an instant, a series of restricted words such as murder and disposal of the body, leaving no trace of the remains, flashed through the young sect leader's mind. Now, he felt more than just disheartened. He felt a chill creeping into his very heart. After his father died, his mother was very paranoid, always suspecting that someone wanted to harm him. After he was confirmed to succeed as the sect leader, the guards of the sect leader's mansion were more than doubled, for fear that someone would try to assassinate him. She also told him a lot about the power struggles and unseen battles between major sects. But despite listening, he always felt that his mother was overthinking things. He didn't know how other sects schemed against him, but the entire Hawan sect was preoccupied with looks and dual cultivation. Who would have the time to scheme against him? Remember the URL, X63. Not to mention, he suspected that his successful succession to the throne largely depended on his good-looking face. But now he realized that he had been too naive. He had actually been assassinated. Is this the legendary power struggle among major sects? He recalled the person he had seen before he fainted. He had met her a few times and had developed a good impression of her. He remembered that she also had a senior brother, who was now the leader of the guards. A series of conspiracy theories flashed through his mind, and he felt betrayed, which made him very upset. Moreover, that person came out of the mother's room, and now he doesn't even know how his mother is doing. The more the young sect leader thought about it, the more distressed he became, yet the less he dared to act rashly, and an overwhelming sense of sorrow welled up in his heart. Meanwhile, the people carrying him were still discussing how to deal with him. After suggesting going all the way, the woman calmly asked, "How do you intend to go all the way?" A voice that sounded very much like his head guard suggested, "Since the young sect leader is already in our hands, even if we don't want to kidnap him, why don't we just take care of it all at once and kidnap Madame Penny too?" The young clan leader felt a chill in his heart. They were indeed going to harm the mother. He immediately felt anxious. Unexpectedly, the female voice immediately retorted, "No, Master Shore is still in her hands. If she really has a way to control the magic weapon and kill Master Shore before we can bind her, wouldn't we be at a greater loss?" Ah! The young sect leader couldn't help but feel a little confused. Who is Old Man Shore? Are they talking about their mother? He was anxious and flustered, and wanted to open his eyes, but then he felt himself being put down. The woman's voice said, "We've arrived." The young sect leader immediately closed his eyes even tighter and lay stiffly like a corpse. He was on high alert, and he heard someone running towards him. Someone called out, "Junior sister." Someone exclaimed in surprise, "Senior sister really brought the young sect leader back. What should we do? Is our next step to seize the position of sect leader of the Hawan sect? Junior sect master. They even want to seize the position of sect leader. They truly have treacherous ambitions." The young sect leader's mind raced, trying to remember the sounds while recalling the route they had taken when they carried him back, preparing to wait for an opportunity to escape. Then a woman's calm voice said, "Don't speak yet." The noise stopped abruptly. The young sect leader's heart pounded with nervousness. The next moment, the woman's voice said speechlessly, "All right, stop pretending. You've been pretending the whole way. Aren't you tired?" The young sect leader was greatly shaken and subconsciously opened his eyes. Then he saw 5 heads neatly arranged looking at him. The young sect leader was startled, then found Song Nansher's head and stammered, "How did you know I was faking it?" "Song Nansher," she said expressionlessly, "because I'm sure we knocked the person unconscious, not killed them. When you were being carried, you were stiff like you'd been dead for 3 days. Who are you trying to hide this from?" "Junior sect master." His face flushed red, and he shouted, "Now that you've discovered it, you can do whatever you want with me. But I warn you, you'd better not touch my mother." He spoke with righteous indignation, but Song Nansher and the others looked at him as if he were a fool. Song Nansher couldn't help but turn to Yoon Jifeng and asked, "Did you hit him too hard and make him stupid?" Yoon Jifeng looked at his hand, then said cautiously, "No way. His cultivation level was too low for me to attack, so I didn't use much force. Didn't he wake up halfway there?" Upon hearing their conversation, the young sect leader became even more enraged and shouted, I accept that I've fallen into your hands, but don't insult my dignity. Before Song Nansure could speak, Elder Zhou's voice came from outside the door. What insult to dignity? That voice. Holy crap! Why did you kidnap the young sect leader? Song Nansure said expressionlessly, It's a long story, a twist of fate. The young sect leader felt utterly hopeless upon seeing Elder Zhou. Elder, could it be that you're one of their accomplices? Are you conspiring to seize the sect leader's position? Elder Zhou looked bewildered, glancing at the young sect leader and then at them, scratching his head and saying, Huh? You've seized the sect leader's position. You still have such ambitions. Song Nansure. It can't be salvaged. Let it be destroyed. She half squatted down, looked at the young sect leader whose face was flushed with anger, and said, Do you know why we brought you back? The young sect leader roared, I've uncovered your conspiracy. You're going to kill me to silence me. Song Nansure, if we wanted to silence you, we should have killed you the moment we met you. The young sect leader paused, his eyes brightening slightly, and immediately said, You don't want to kill me? Then what do you want? To kidnap me to threaten my mother? Or are you just kidnappers? Want a ransom? I'll offer 150,000 spirit stones as ransom. How about you release me? Song Nansure. She swallowed hard. She admitted that at that moment, she was moved. Seeing this, Yung Jifan quickly pulled her aside and whispered, The bigger picture is important. Think of Senior Master. Song Nansure. Ruwan, Old Master sure. She suddenly felt that it wasn't necessary to save the old man. This old man is really valuable. At this moment, the young sect leader asked in bewilderment, Who is Senior Master? What does your kidnapping have to do with him? Song Nansure took a deep breath and looked at the young sect leader. After they unexpectedly encountered the young sect leader, Song Nanshure's plans changed. Lady Penny kept a close eye on the ring and was quite wary. She dared not make any rash moves until Song Nansure was certain that he could get the person out unharmed. At this moment, the sudden appearance of the young sect leader is both a risk and an opportunity. Song Nansure stared at him for a long time, and under his questioning gaze, he suddenly said, Because that senior surnamed Sure is in your mother's hands, and we need to save him. The young sect leader's eyes immediately went blank, as if he didn't know what she was talking about. Zhu Xiu couldn't help but ask in a low voice, Junior sister, are you going to tell him? Song Nansure remained calm, let him know. Looking at his expression, she calmly said, Not only Senior Sure, but Jiang Yuan's two missing fellow disciples are also in your mother's hands. One of the two disciples of your Hehuan sect who went mad with cultivation was Elder Zhou's disciple. He personally told Elder Zhou that their going mad with cultivation was the work of Madame Penny. The young sect leader suddenly snapped out of his daze and almost instinctively retorted, Impossible. My mother would never do such a thing. You're talking nonsense. Song Nansure didn't mind his rebuttal, and calmly said, Whether it's nonsense or not is not for you to decide. The young sect leader still shook his head, I don't believe you. She's not that kind of person. Arrest me if you want. Kill me or torture me as you please. Why slander my mother? Elder Zhou, standing to the side, chuckled and said, Young sect master, are you implying that I'm colluding with outsiders to deceive you? I only have this one disciple, and he personally told me that it was Madame Penny who did it. What reason would I have to lie to you? Besides, the former Madame Penny wouldn't have done such a thing. Does that mean the Madame Penny after the old sect master's death really can't do such a thing? The young sect leader's eloquent defense was immediately cut off. After his father died. Taking the opportunity, Song Nansure pressed on, Young sect leader, Think carefully. Have you ever seen a senior surnamed Sure? He was very tall, but hunched over, and had a red mole between his eyebrows. She stared at her intently. If old Master Sure really did see Madame Peony once a year, then it would be impossible to keep it a secret so perfectly. If Elder Zhou was able to meet Master Sure once by chance, what about Madame Peony's biological son? Under Song Nanshi's gaze, the young sect leader still looked bewildered, as if he hadn't yet come to his senses. Song Nanshi waited patiently. After a moment, the young sect leader murmured, "Red Mole." Song Nanshi immediately said, "You've seen him." The young sect leader pursed his lips tightly. Song Nanshi pressed further, "When did you see him?" After a long silence, the young sect leader said in a low voice, "When I was little." He took a deep breath and said, "When I was 3 years old, my mother carried my father on her back and took me to see an old man. She told me to call him Grandpa and told him that she was doing very well now, so she wanted him to see me." The young sect leader murmured, "Grandpa also gave me New Year's money." Song Nanshi was taken aback. Why did Madame Peony take the initiative to let her son meet old Master Sure? Given how much she cares about her son, the fact that she allowed the old man to see him shows how much she cares. But now, Song Nanshi sighed and said, "You still remember how young you were?" The young sect leader nodded, looking dejected, and said, "Yes, because the Haowan sect is full of beauties. He was the ugliest person I had ever seen in the first 3 years of my life, so he left a deep impression on me." Beside him, Elder Zhou nodded in empathy. Song Nanshi. This time, old Master Sure really got ugly for the right reason. The young sect leader asked in disbelief, "Is the senior master you mentioned him?" Song Nanshi nodded, "Yes." The young sect leader still didn't believe it. "Then what is your relationship with him?" Song Nanshi thought for a moment and said, "I am considered half of his apprentice." The young sect leader fell silent, his expression conflicted. It was unclear whether he believed it or not. Song Nanshi didn't want to drag it out for too long, so he said seriously, "This concerns human lives. I won't lie to you. If you don't believe me, let's make a bet." The young sect leader looked up at her. Song Nanshi held up one finger. "Your mother has a ring-shaped spatial portal artifact. Did you know that?" The young sect leader nodded. "She carries it with her at all times." Song Nanshi, "Then can you take it?" The young sect leader thought for a moment and then affirmed, "Yes, I used to play with it when I was a child. My mother gave it to me back then, and she even made me take it with me several times when I went out to train for self-defense." Song Nanshi thought, that would be wonderful. She said, "Master Sure and Jiang Yuan's fellow disciples are locked up inside." The young sect leader's first reaction was to retort, "Impossible." Song Nanshi smiled and said, "It's possible, but why don't you find an excuse to ask your mother for that ring and see if she will lend it to you?" Upon hearing this, Elder Zhou clapped his hands and said, "The succession ceremony is only a few days away. You can ask her to lend you the position by saying that the assassins from the sect leader's mansion haven't been caught yet and you're worried they might harm you during the ceremony. Do you think she'll give it to you?" The young sect leader thought for a moment. His mother is very worried about his safety right now, and if he really says that, she will give it to him no matter what. He nodded confidently. Song Nanshi then said, "So you think you'll give it to me?" "Young sect master, that's for sure." Song Nanshi chuckled lightly. "No, she won't." The young sect leader frowned. "You don't understand, mother." Song Nanshi said directly, "In that case, let's make a bet." The young sect leader looked over. Song Nanshi said earnestly, "We will let you leave." The young sect leader slowly opened his mouth wide. Song Nansure continued, after you go back, you can find an opportunity to borrow that ring from your mother. If she gives it to you, then we've misunderstood madam, and will surrender. But if she doesn't give it to you, Song Nansure looked into his eyes, you must help us rescue senior master. Are you going to bet or not? The young sect leader hesitated for a moment, then said firmly, I believe my mother. My mother just felt less secure after my father's death. She wouldn't do such a thing. Song Nansure only asked, so, are you going to gamble or not? The young sect leader declared directly, I'll bet. If I lose, you can do whatever you want with me. Song Nansure then stood up and said, go ahead. The young sect leader tentatively stood up, and seeing that they really didn't stop him, he couldn't help but ask, are you really letting me go? Song Nansure, of course, but the eldest brother has to follow you. The eldest brother immediately stepped forward and stood beside him like a guard. The young sect leader looked at her silently. Song Nansure smiled and said, I need to make sure you're really keeping your bet, or that you're just going to go out and complain. The young sect leader opened his mouth as if to say that he kept his promise, but then Song Nansure suddenly stuffed something into his mouth, and that thing instantly slid down his throat. The young sect leader cried out in terror, you want to kill me? Song Nansure remained expressionless. No, this is poison. If you disobey me, I can control the poison at any time. If you come back, I will give you the antidote. They had everyone tied up, and the young sect leader had no doubt that she would feed him poison. He only said angrily, I will not break my promise. After saying that, he turned and left. Apart from the eldest brother who followed, no one else tried to stop him. They watched them leave until they were out of sight. Then Elder Zhou said, is this reliable? Won't it alert them? He suddenly asked for the ring. Whether he's telling the truth or not, Madame Peony will be suspicious, won't she? Song Nansure replied, what I want is to stir up trouble and alert the enemy. When Elder Zhou looked over, she simply said, didn't you want to expose what Madame Peony was doing on the spot? Then you just wait. Elder Zhou was puzzled, but Song Nansure didn't say anything more. After they finished speaking, Yun Jifeng asked, what did you feed him? Just as Elder Zhou was about to say that this was poison, Song Nansure casually said, oh, it's an expired beauty pill. Its only effect is probably to make him look radiant tomorrow. Of course, the effect is uncertain since it's expired. Elder Zhou. After the young sect leader took Jiangji back, he glanced at his mother's room and, seeing that it was still quiet inside, went back to his own room. Jiangji stood guard outside, and he couldn't sleep all night. When the second day finally arrived, he couldn't contain his worries and went to see his mother almost as soon as he got up. He couldn't figure out what he was thinking. Does he believe his mother? If he believed, why did he toss and turn all night last night? So deep down, he still wondered if his mother would actually do such a thing. The young sect leader dared not even think about it. After greeting his mother, he tried to sit down and chat with her as usual, his gaze subtly falling on her hand, but he didn't see the ring. He casually asked, by the way, mother, what about the ring father gave you? Lady Peony paused for a moment, then asked, why are you asking this? The young sect leader pursed his lips, I'm just curious. Lady Peony then said, I didn't wear it on my body. After he died, I was afraid it would remind me of the pain of his death. Usually, when his mother mentioned his father, he would change the subject and not say anything more, afraid of upsetting her. But now his heart sank. His mother lied to him. He forced a smile and said, "Mother, could I borrow that ring? The assassin from the sect leader's mansion hasn't been caught yet, and my enthronement ceremony is in a few days. I'm afraid that the assassin will cause trouble at my ceremony." Lady Peony was silent for a moment, then said gently, "You're overthinking it. This is the Joyful Union sect. How could anything happen here? Just relax." The young sect leader felt even more heavy-hearted. She wouldn't give it to her. Usually, his mother cared more about his safety than he did, and wished she could protect him completely. Now, however, she says, "You're overthinking it." The young sect leader had no idea what he said to his mother afterward, and he walked out of his mother's residence in a daze. As soon as the sun shone, he seemed to awaken from a dream. He stood in the sun, lost in thought. After a long while, he gritted his teeth and said, "Let's go. We're going to see Song Nansher." He strode out, accompanied by Jiangji, who was monitoring him. After walking for a while, he felt something was wrong with his face and couldn't help but scratch it. Then he looked at Jiangji and asked, "What happened to my face?" Jiangji glanced at it. His face looked as if it had been filtered with a soft light, making him radiant. The other half of his face looked haggard, with dark circles under his eyes. Jiangji was greatly alarmed. Did the third junior sister really poison her? Fearing the young sect leader might die, he immediately hoisted him onto his back and ran, saying as he ran, "Don't walk by yourself anymore. You've been poisoned." Junior sect master. The young sect leader was carried all the way back to Song Nansher. Song Nansher was munching on a sesame seed cake when he saw his senior brother shouting, "Quickly, detoxify the young sect leader." Song Nansher looked up at his face and fell silent. Then she calmly said, "It's hopeless, bury it." Jiangji was greatly alarmed. He carried the young sect leader and said, "Are you going to poison him? Does that mean we're really going to seize the sect leader's position?" Song Nansher, yes, yes, yes. As soon as Song Nansher finished speaking, Jiangji and the young sect leader, who was being carried on his shoulders, were both startled. Jiangji struggled for only a moment before sadly putting the young sect leader down, letting him lie flat on the ground, and arranging his hands in a peaceful posture, saying, "You heard it too, go in peace." "The firstly peaceful young sect leader," he exclaimed in horror, "that's not what we said beforehand." Jiangji looked at Song Nansher, took a deep breath, and said, "The matter of seizing the throne is no small matter. We need to plan carefully. But for now, I think we should find a safe place to dump the body in the wilderness." The young sect leader was even more terrified, but dared not move at all because of the poisoning. Song Nansher. She ate her sesame seed cake expressionlessly, staring at the two of them as if they were idiots. Then she realized that both of them were serious. Jiangji was seriously considering the murder, the disposal of the body, and the subsequent power grab, while the young sect leader was seriously concerned that his yin-yang face, which had been damaged by the expired beauty pill, was about to be poisoned. Where did these crouching dragon and phoenix chicks come from? Song Nansher took a deep breath and asked, "Are you too serious?" The young sect leader was almost in tears. "Is there really no cure for my poison?" Jiangji replied earnestly, "I might not be serious if others say so, but you, third junior sister, are truly capable of doing it." Song Nansher. What's the point of having this mouth of yours? She casually stuffed the last bite of the sesame seed cake into her mouth and said to the young sect leader, "All right, get up now. I'll give you the antidote." The tears in the young sect leader's eyes stopped, and he asked with delight, "Can it be cured?" Song Nansher thought to herself, so what if he ate an expired beauty pill and ended up with a two-toned face? She can just give him another expired one to restore the other half to its original state. So she said with certainty, yes. The young sect leader tried to get up, but paused and cautiously asked, even though I'm suffering from the poison now, I can still move, right? Song Nansher, okay. Only then did the young sect leader feel relieved enough to get up. At this moment, several people in the know who had heard the commotion in the kitchen were already sitting in a row under the eaves with sesame seed cakes, watching how Song Nansher planned to detoxify. Yoon Ji-fan still had some idle image to maintain in front of his beloved. He didn't take the sesame seed cake, but instead leaned against the kitchen doorway with a cold and solemn expression, holding his sword. Ju Shio looked at his empty hands and felt bad. She picked between the two sesame cakes in her hand, handed him a small one, and asked kindly, would you like one? Yoon Ji-fan, thank you. He silently accepted the sesame seed cake. At this moment, Song Nansher reached into his storage ring and pulled out an expired beauty pill. She handed it to him directly, saying, eat it. The young sect leader accepted it cautiously, and only ate it after mentally preparing himself. He clicked his tongue for a moment and said, why does this antidote taste just like poison? Song Nansher, because it expired in a medicine bottle. On the surface, she calmly said, all medicines taste the same. The young sect leader believed it and waited anxiously for the antidote. This time, perhaps his body had adapted to the expired beauty pill, because the effects were very quick, and the results were visible on his face in no time. So Song Nansher saw that the soft light filter on one side of his face, which looked like it had been beautified, was even heavier, while the other side of his face still looked like he hadn't slept for 3 days. Ju Shio nearly choked on a sesame seed cake. The young sect leader, who had been staring at himself in the mirror, burst into tears upon seeing this. He exclaimed in horror, was that poison again? Did you poison me again? Song Nansher. Oh no, she never expected that the beauty pill would only beautify that half of her face. Song Nansher glanced at the remaining bottle of expired beauty pills in his storage ring, then looked at his face, rolled up his sleeves, and said, it's okay, the dosage wasn't enough, let's have another one. After saying that, she popped one into his mouth. She refused to believe that there wasn't a single one of these expired beauty pills in the entire bottle that could beautify the rest of his face. Fortunately, the beauty pill worked on the remaining half of his face. However, the difference between a face with one beauty pill and a face with 2 beauty pills is still like the difference of a soft focus filter. Song Nansher's obsessive-compulsive disorder kicked in. He just wanted to balance things out, so he shoved another one in. Unfortunately, this time it affected the original half of my face. And so one after another. One after another. The onlookers watched helplessly as the soft focus filter on the young sect leader's face grew thicker and thicker, while the pills in Song Nansher's medicine bottle dwindled. In the end, the young sect leader's 2 faces finally matched, and Song Nansher's pills were gone. Then they saw a handsome young man who seemed to have a built-in 10-meter soft focus filter. The handsome young man let out a burp. Yoon Ji-fan put down the sesame seed cake in his hand, feeling a dull pain in his stomach. Song Nansher threw down the medicine bottle, clapped his hands, and said, that's enough. The handsome boy. He realized what was going on and exclaimed, his eyes wide, this is a beauty pill. I wasn't poisoned at all. You're lying to me. Just as Song Nansher was about to retort that he was only just realizing this, he looked up and met the face of the young sect leader, a face that looked as if it had just stepped out of a comic book. Then her voice softened immediately, and she said gently, yes. Upon seeing Song Nansher's expression, Yoon Ji-fan felt a sense of crisis and immediately stepped forward to block Song Nansher's view. He interrupted the little sect leader's unfinished accusation with a blank expression and coldly asked, "Did you get the ring back?" The young sect leader paused, his expression darkening, and shook his head. The handsome young man's face was full of melancholy. Song Nansher was peeking out from beside Yoon Ji-fan at that moment. Seeing this, he felt a pang of pain in his heart and immediately comforted her softly. "Don't be too sad, otherwise." Yoon Ji-fan took a deep breath and turned around to glare at her before she could be blinded by his beauty, stopping her from saying what she was about to say. Song Nansher snapped out of her daze and finally realized that she had a boyfriend. She touched her nose slightly guiltily and said awkwardly, "Go on, go on." Yoon Ji-fan said to the young sect leader with a blank expression, "That means you lost the bet, and it's time for you to fulfill your promise." The handsome young man, wearing a 10-meter soft focus filter, remained silent for a moment before finally saying in a hoarse voice, "But I want to know why my mother did those things." Song Nansher glanced at him, and although she had struggled to pull herself out of her reverie, she still asked softly, out of respect for the 10-meter soft focus filter, "Do you know what kind of cultivator your mother is?" The young sect leader was bewildered for a moment, then asked in confusion, "Mother, she..." He suddenly paused, realizing that although he had lived with his mother for over 10 years and they could talk about anything, he had no idea what kind of cultivator she was. He knew that his mother was not a disciple of the Hehuan sect, but that his father had met her outside and brought her into the sect. However, he had never seen his mother make a move. No one had ever pointed these things out before, and he had taken them for granted. But when he was singled out, he realized that this was not normal. "My mother was no ordinary person, yet she never made a move in the past 10 years, and even relied solely on the magical artifacts given to her by my father to protect herself. This is not normal." Looking at his expression, Song Nansher continued, "Based on what we know now, your mother was Master Shi's disciple. He lost 12 disciples, and your mother was the only one who survived." The young sect leader immediately remembered the 13 graves buried on Tuyo Mountain. He opened his mouth, but no words came out. Song Nansher patiently said, "I don't know why your mother made others think she was dead, and then lived in anonymity for half her life. I also don't know why she suddenly changed after your father's death. But one thing I'm sure of is that it's related to that assassin leader. Little sect leader, please think carefully. When your mother was with him, did she say or do anything that made you feel something was wrong?" Song Nansher stared intently at the young sect leader. She felt that there must be a reason why one person dislikes another. The young sect leader is not a pedantic person. He would not dislike Mr. Shen simply because of rumors spread by outsiders about his mother and Mr. Shen. There must be other reasons why the young sect leader hates Mr. Shen so much. The young sect leader looked thoughtful. Song Nansher was looking intently when suddenly a pair of hands covered his eyes. Yoon Ji-fan said in a calm voice, "Take a break." Song Nansher, "Give your eyes a rest, you idiot." She silently pulled down Yoon Ji-fan's hand, and saw the little sect leader in front of her brighten up slightly, as if he had remembered something. He immediately said, "I remember now. When that assassin leader first visited my mother, he said he had divined her fate, and the divination showed that my mother was destined to be alone forever." He frowned. My mother's face turned pale immediately, and then she got very angry. She ordered someone to throw him out, and then she told me that assassins were all bad people. That's when I started to hate him, and then... His face turned pale instantly, and he murmured, "After that, my father died in the lightning tribulation." Song Nansher's expression immediately became serious. Those herbalists were all fortune-tellers. The young sect leader might think he was cursing them, but Song Nansure didn't think so. He said that Lady Peony was destined to be alone. Coincidentally, the old master had told him more than once that he was destined to be alone, so he would never take on another disciple in this lifetime. Is this a coincidence? But even disregarding the connection between the two, Madame Peony, who previously disliked Mr. Shin, treated him like an honored guest after her husband's death. Song Nanshure's gaze involuntarily fell on the young sect leader. She had always thought that Lady Peony might have absorbed other people's luck to increase her strength out of fear after witnessing her husband die under the lightning tribulation. It's a bit far-fetched to think that a gentle, peaceful, and kind person could suddenly undergo such a drastic personality change. But what if it's for her son? She's destined to be alone. Her husband is already dead. Will her son die too? She had personally witnessed the death of 12 of Master Shi's disciples, leaving her the only one alive. No wonder she became almost pathologically protective of the young sect leader after that. Could it be that Mr. Shen had some way of changing her fate by absorbing other people's luck? But regardless of whether she was truly destined to be alone or had been deceived, after her husband's death, she believed it and she did it. Looking up again, the young sect leader stared at her, his face pale, and murmured, "Is what he said true?" Song Nansure was silent for a moment, then shook his head and said, "I don't know, but young sect leader, do you want your mother to continue like this?" The young sect leader's lips trembled, and after a long while, he said in a dry voice, "My mother, she made a mistake." After saying these words, the boy seemed to suddenly shed his naive and immature exterior. His voice was still trembling, but he tried his best to remain calm and said, "I will help you save people and I am willing to cooperate with you. I will make up for the mistakes my mother made. After that, I will resign from my position as sect leader. I only ask that you do not harm my mother." He looked at them pleadingly and said, "My mother has harmed people. She is already burdened with karma. She will not have an easy time under the tribulation of lightning. I am willing to use all my strength to save those 2 disciples who have gone astray and help them return to the path of cultivation. I am also willing to return the position of sect leader to the sect. I only ask to take my mother away." Song Nansure remained silent. This young man is very clever. The position of sect leader is still very attractive to the sect. If he is really willing to give up all of this, the sect might really make an exception for him and his mother. Song Nansure calmly replied, "As long as your sect doesn't pursue the matter and Master Shi is safe, I won't do anything more." The young sect leader breathed a sigh of relief. "I will talk to the elders later." Then he asked, "How would you like me to help you?" Song Nansure thought for a moment and asked, "If we want to rescue old Master Shi and the others from the outside, is that feasible?" The young sect leader shook his head directly. "Impossible. Whether that magic artifact is opened or closed, only the owner, who has registered spiritual power, can control it. In the past, that owner was my mother and me. Now, I don't know if I can still control it, but once you can't open it and are discovered, the person inside will suffer." Upon hearing this, Song Nansure was immediately relieved that she hadn't acted rashly. Then she astutely asked, "If we can't rescue them from the outside, then you mean we can get them out from the inside?" The young sect leader hesitated for a moment, then nodded and said, "Even a powerful magic artifact has weaknesses. The space inside the artifact is based on the Bagua formation. The Bagua formation changes frequently, but there is always a way out. My father said that when this magic artifact was made, the craftsman who made it tried a lot of effort but could not eliminate this way out. Fortunately, the formation changes constantly, and ordinary people would not guess that this space is supported by a bogwall formation, so it is not a big deal. Song Nansure became excited as soon as he heard that. She is very familiar with the bogwall formation. Upon seeing her expression, Yoon Jifeng asked, "After you go in, you're going to bring them out from inside?" Song Nansure, "That's right." The others were shocked, but Yoon Jifeng remained silent for a moment before not stopping them, and simply said, "Then I'll go with you." Song Nansure smiled and said, "Of course I'll take you." The young sect leader looked at them, puzzled. "How are you going to get in? Are you going to go straight to my mother and get arrested?" Song Nansure shook his head. "No, that would be too jarring." She said, "Young sect leader, we want to use your enthronement ceremony to put on a show." After the young sect leader left, Song Nansure was about to go down the mountain. Yoon Jifeng couldn't help but ask, "Where are you going?" Song Nansure waved his hand. "I'll go check on the medicinal herbs." Upon hearing this, Yoon Jifeng shoved the sesame seed cake into Jiangji's hand and strolled after him. The two then went down the mountain together. On the way, Song Nansure thought for a moment and then asked, "Yoon Jifeng, do you know under what circumstances one can be unaffected by fate?" Yoon Jifeng is not a professional diviner, but he is a ruthless person who pondered the feasibility of becoming a demon while being hunted down. So he said directly, if one can become a demon, one will not be bound by the laws of heaven and cause and effect, and naturally will not fear fate. Song Nansure was surprised to find this option. Those medicinal herbs, are they trying to turn Lady Peony into a demon? What benefit would it bring him if Lady Peony became a demon? Song Nansure couldn't figure it out, so he simply stopped thinking about it and walked all the way down the mountain. They walked to the restaurant from that day with practiced ease, but before they could find Mr. Shen, they heard the storyteller inside telling a new story. Song Nansure arrived late, only to hear the storyteller say the female cultivator sent a communication talisman, and Mr. Shen took out 100,000 spirit stones without hesitation. Even without hearing the whole story, Song Nansure couldn't help but gasp. This storyteller's tale is far too extravagant. Even Mr. Shen can't just take 100,000 spirit stones like that. Song Nansure, this poor wretch, thought this was too boring. Seeing that Mr. Shen wasn't in the restaurant either, he turned around and prepared to leave. To my surprise, when I turned my head, I saw Mr. Shen. Upon seeing him, Song Nansure immediately greeted him warmly. "Mr. Shen, you're here." Mr. Shen unconsciously tightened his grip on his folding fan, but smiled gently and politely. "You're looking for me?" Song Nansure nodded. "Yes, we found this place, but who knew they were saying that you give your sweetheart 100,000 spirit stones? I thought it was outrageous as soon as I heard it, don't you think?" Mr. Shen. He gritted his teeth and said, "Yes. This is all just hearsay." Song Nansure smiled and nodded, then said gently, "Seeing that you are still alive and well put my mind at ease. I wish you and your sweetheart a happy life together in the future." After saying that, he left without hesitation, taking Yoon Jifeng with him. Yoon Jifeng. So you were angered by Mr. Shen's actions and deliberately came over to provoke him, right? He turned to ask her, and saw Song Nansure say in a serious tone, "No, I call this a provocation." As soon as she finished speaking, she saw a big yellow dog by the roadside and couldn't help but exclaim with delight, "Big Yellow! Big Yellow!" Upon hearing the word rhubarb, Mr. Shen turned his head and looked over. At the same time, the big yellow dog wagged its tail and came over. A man and a dog stared at each other across half a street. Then the big yellow dog turned its body, its rear end facing him, and rubbed enthusiastically against Song Nanshi's hand. Mr. Shen. Thus, Song Nanshi's provocation tactic succeeded. Mr. Shen turned and left, sending a communication talisman as he went, instructing his subordinates, "Now, you must trick that Jiangji into bleeding money, no matter what. If they can't deal with you, can't they deal with the people around you?" They were all framed, so why is he the only one who got fooled? The subordinate, receiving his first scam assignment, was bewildered. Jiangji. Mr. Shen, that second male lead in the story